Welcome, everyone. I will call to order the March 3rd, 2026 City Commission meeting. We're going to start with an executive session, and then we'll be back after that executive session, and then start the meeting at 5:45. But first, I look for a motion to move into executive session.
Move that we move into an executive session for approximately 30 minutes. Sorry, my brain froze up on me. To discuss privileged legal communications from the city's attorneys regarding pending litigation pursuant to KSA 75-4319 subsection B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at approximately 5:31 p.m. after the executive session is concluded.
A motion by Commissioner Sello, second by Commissioner Dever. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're in recess until 5:31.
5:31.
Yes, it was. Okay, we ready? We are back from executive session. We have nothing to report, and we're going to go ahead and go into recess till 5:45 to start the regular meeting, as we usually do at 5:45. So we'll be in recess until then, and at that point, we'll start the regular agenda. Thank you. Ready? Okay. I am calling the March 3rd, 2026 meeting back to order. We previously had an executive session, from which we had nothing to report. And now we'll get ready to move on to the agenda after Sherry gives us the rules of the meeting.
Good evening, everyone. If you would please silence your cell phones. The primary format for accessing the meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access can't be guaranteed due to potential technology issues. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function. When prompted, select Join as Panelist. There will be a brief delay as your role changes. Once your name is called, please unmute, turn on your camera, state your name and zip code before speaking. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute participants. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry. First on the agenda is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting.
Motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Pulliam to approve the agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Next are proclamations, and we're excited to proclaim the St. Patrick's Day Parade. And Angie, I think you got a crew with you there. Come on up. Tell us about it, and then we'll read the proclamation. Well, I can read the proclamation, but I didn't know if you wanted to say anything. Invite everyone.
You go ahead. You will.
Okay, well, I'll read the proclamation because it's always exciting and everyone knows what the parade is anyway, but okay. Let's read the proclamation first, and then if you have anything you want to add, you can. Whereas in 2026, the Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee is celebrating the 39th year as an organization in Lawrence. And whereas the Parade Committee encompasses 4 basic themes: to honor Irish Americans and their contributions to America, to celebrate the legend and spirit of St. Patrick through a fun, good old-fashioned parade, to promote an atmosphere of benevolence, friendship, and cooperation through the parade and other associated events, and to support and exemplify the idea that charity and goodwill begins at home, benefiting your friends, neighbors, and the Lawrence community. And whereas this year's parade will be dedicated to the founders of the St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee, Bill Sullivan, Mike Rebich, Wes Cabler, Mike Jones, Mike Wilson, and Gene Shaughnessy. Additionally, as always, the parade will honor the military, Douglas County law enforcement, and emergency services. Whereas the Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Committee is self-supporting and depends solely on the resources of interested businesses and citizens who donate their time, talents, and good humor to sponsor worthwhile charitable causes on a yearly basis. And whereas raising over $60,000 in 2025, the Parade Committee has raised over $1.5 million for Lawrence and Douglas County children's charities since its founding in 1988, and is excited to continue that yearly tradition by supporting and celebrating St. Patrick's Day with their 2026 beneficiaries, the Lawrence Farmers Market, and Lawrence Youth Football. Now therefore, I, Brad Finkelei, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, March 17th, 2026, as the day of the City of Lawrence's 39th Annual St. Patrick's Day Parade, and thank the citizens of Lawrence for supporting the Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee, their fundraisers, and the events during the St. Patrick's Day season, October through March. Thank you. And besides the fact that it's going to be a beautiful day with 60 degrees and no rain, what else?
All right. Thank you, Mayor Finkeldye, and thank you, Commissioners. The Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee would like to take a moment to recognize someone whose dedication has shaped our organization in many ways. Roger Browning was in the very first parade in 1988, and in the 39 years since, he always showed up to help us get things done, offered steady hands when challenges arose, and reminded us all that service is the purest form of leadership. Roger passed away on February 16th, and he will be deeply missed. His impact will always be woven into everything that we do. We are profoundly grateful for his dedication and commitment to and generosity that he leaves to remember him by. I would also like to thank his wife Patty and daughter Claire for joining him in that service and sharing him with us all of those years. And with that, I just say, let's have a parade.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you all. Okay, we are now moving on to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comment. Are there any items that the commission would like to pull from the agenda?
I'd like to pull D7A.
Okay, anything else? Okay, there's one quasi-judicial matter, which relates to 566 George Williams Way. Does any member of the public like to pull that one quasi-judicial matter? Seeing none in the room, how about online?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Then I look for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of D7A.
So moved. Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Devo, second by Commissioner Sellers to approve the consent agenda with the exception of D7A. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. D7A relates to receiving a request to annex 650 acres, and Commissioner Pulliam.
Yes, I am pulling it mainly because we were asked to by the public. It's for transparency's sake. Personally, I'm in favor. I plan on approving it, but I want to make sure that our public understands the process. I was hoping maybe one of our staff could kind of walk us through the procedure, what this is actually doing, what we'll be voting on, and what the next steps would be.
Okay. Looks like Ellie's got it.
Ellie Mullins, Planning and Development Services. So we received a request to annex 650 acres at the southwest corner of the intersection of K10 and West 6th Street. So as part of that request, the next step is for this governing body to receive that and to authorize the city manager to give notice to the utility companies in the area and the rural water district. Once it has been received and the notice has been authorized, it'll then go to the Planning Commission for hearing and consideration, and they will give a recommendation back to you all, and I'll come back to you all at that point.
If we annex this land, what are the expectations? Does the city have any obligations to provide any infrastructure in there? I personally have really only done unilateral annexations, so if somebody's asking for it, I'm like, hey, we'll do it, right? But I don't want to commit the city to anything. I want to make sure the public knows what we're obligating, if anything.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if anybody from, Melissa, do you have any comments on what would be expected infrastructure-wise as far as what we're required to provide?
I don't have all the details. Melissa Sieben, Director of Municipal Services and Operations. What I can tell you is there are state statutes that surround annexation and expectations that cities have when annexing property, and that does include providing services within a certain amount of time. So those things would have to be worked out in any process that we go through.
And we will have time to go through those and be able to vote on it.
Yes, and
Okay.
we'll be bringing forward whatever information is necessary for you guys to make an informed decision.
Thank you.
As part of the request, the applicant will need to submit a service delivery plan, and so that is a plan that kind of coordinates our own city plans for infrastructure in the area with the updated request to have that additional land within the city and how they're going to provide that.
Okay, thank you. I'm good. Thank Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Ellie. Since we pulled that off the consent agenda, isn't a public hearing item, would any member of the public like to speak on that, receiving that request? See, nope, looks like we have someone coming.
Hi, my name is Dominique, and so I had requested that we pull it just because I wanted to get kind of a bigger understanding. I understand that the city's going to have processes and there's going to be requirements, but I would like to get a big picture understanding. So when I was looking at this, it looks like if we were to go through their conceptual plan, which I understand is not a plat, it's not binding by any means, but they are going to change a little bit versus what the comprehensive plan amendment is looking at over on the sector plan west to K10. So I just kind of wanted to see what discussions we would have about what we're looking for, or maybe, because when I have had these challenges going through the New Boston Crossing project and looking and understanding all of that, I am seeing kind of the same things that could be applied, and I would just like the city to be forthcoming in the information and have like a really good analysis, because one of the things is if we do have to change the comprehensive plan amendment, we have to look to see when was the sector plan amended, do we have to look to see how it translates under the new comprehensive plan 2040, what does that mean, what are we looking at? And so I just kind of wanted to have a discussion about some of those bigger things that I know is going to happen, and then that way we can have a better understanding as citizens about how we want to give input and shape or opinions or anything of that nature. One of my big concerns about just this annexation that I would like the city to think about too is the environment. So if you look at the annexation request that was included, there are conservation easements within the annexation request. And as far as I understand with Kansas state law, if it has a certain type of conservation easement, obviously it cannot be developed. But that also indicates that the area is a very high quality area that needs to be preserved. So in this case, it would be prairie. We also have to remember the history of the SLT and the expansion out west too, because what happened is we had Elkins Prairie plowed. Now, it wasn't the city who did it, obviously, but it was a contentious item in Elkins Prairie, which hosted Mead's milkweed, which is a federally protected plant, and it had the Western Fringe Prairie Orchid, which is also federally protected. Those plants got destroyed. That whole area got destroyed in the name of progress for the SLT. So I just want us to go forward and think carefully and not always just we need to look at the history, I think, and have the storytelling. I've noticed a lot of the times, for me, I've been only recently involved in some of the understandings of the city, and so I'm not always seeing the threads of what our past decisions have done, and I'm not always seeing, from my perspective, obviously, how those past decisions are going forward. And I think especially, with what's going on with the AI and the way that land is being changed, and we just had an AI, thing get approved over in Independence, we really, really, really got to start thinking about how we're going to use land and how we got to protect the land that we have, because we have really, really special land around here. We are the cornerstone of the prairie, the eastern forest, we have wetlands, and unfortunately it's being systematically destroyed, and I understand that we have to balance these things, but that was the reason why I requested it. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, as you're considering this, I just want us to be considering school district boundaries. It is my understanding that that is the area that is bordering on the Perry-Lecompton School District. Are we investing infrastructure money that will continue to exacerbate our enrollment loss of kids that are continuing to live in Lawrence, Kansas, but no longer attend our public schools, which then motivates the school district to increase our taxes, the largest portion of our property taxes, so that we are building infrastructure programs to make it easier for people to live closer to a Perry-Lecompton school district that, if I'm not mistaken, has been cleared to build a facility on Lawrence, in Lawrence city limits. We need to be balancing all of these things. The math says 1,200 kids that still live in Lawrence public schools that historically would have gone to our schools that no longer do. That's the first domino. They started taking more tax dollars, then you guys saw reduced sales tax collections, then you started increasing valuations and property taxes. So I think we need to go back to that first domino and make sure we aren't creating the system that will increase the outflow of students of Lawrence into outside school districts, and make it so that Perry-Lecompton then becomes the in-town school district that people are being able to go to. West Side is where all this investment is going. I think we need to be wary of that and the impact that that has on the rest of our community. These neighborhood schools are where communities are developed. It's where kids learn that they are a part of something bigger than themselves. And if everyone has to drive out to a place that used to be Ranches and Tecumseh in order to be able to go to school, it's going to really make it hard for you guys to collect the taxes that you need to continue to keep from cutting our fire services and increasing fees with our rec centers.
Thank you.
Hello, Patrick Ross, 66049. I also asked to pull this item. Since we're at early stages, I know that the process still has a long way to go, but I think we just wanted to pull it just to be able to hear from the city about what is our expectation for growth in the city of Lawrence. And I think there's a lot that goes into that. There's a lot of infrastructure considerations, school district considerations. There's the fire department. A good thing to think about is this developer between this project and the new Boston Crossing project is proposing to bring $1 billion worth of development to town. And that's a great thing for us in our community, but I think we should also have a fair say in how that development goes and how it might conform to our values as a community, and, you know, to feel like we are being heard and considered in the process. As of currently, the new Boston Crossing project south of town would be outside of the 7-minute response time to the nearest fire station. So just since we have a lot of firefighters in the room, something to mention to consider when we're looking at infrastructure and development needs across this town. And then the other thing I would just invite citizens of Lawrence to be able to also participate in is we are currently discussing ordinance number 9744 on the Environmental Sustainability Advisory Board. It will be passed on to the city.
Patrick, can you stay on this topic?
Right. Well, I'd like to speak about environmental issues. And so I think as we think about large-scale development, and I go to that topic because this might be the largest annexation in the city of Lawrence, one of the biggest development projects that I can think of in my 37 years of knowing about Lawrence or living in Lawrence. And so this would be a perfect opportunity for us to sort of validate the concerns of the public on environmental issues when we do aggressive, sort of bold things with how we grow and expand our city. And so I just would like to invite the public to, you know, follow along as this project goes on, follow along as other projects by this developer are coming forward at different city and county commissions, and to get involved and to give input as much as you can so that we can all shape the growth and future of this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room? How about online?
No, Mayor.
Okay, bring it back to us. Just say a couple things, and then this is just receiving it, so it is the first step of many steps. Now, I would note the annexation comes first. There will assumedly be a application for rezoning, which one of the speakers spoke about. Those may or may not be considered at the same time by the Planning Commission, and then eventually by us. Sometimes those come together, sometimes they don't, but lots of process left. And I know there was another comment. I could be wrong. I was looking at the map. I'm pretty sure all of the land being sought to be annexed here is in this USD 497 school district. It is close. I mean, as you go farther west, it's not too much farther west that you get into Perry-Lecompton, but all of the 650 acres is in the USD 497 school boundary area. Yeah, there is another one we are considering that is in the Perry-Lecompton School District. That's north on Queens Road we received a couple weeks ago and is going to the Planning Commission's heard that one, I guess. They've heard that. We received it a couple months ago when it was heard by the Planning Commission. That land is outside the school district. Okay, any other comments, or if not, we look for a motion.
Yeah, Mayor, one thing, I remember you mentioned to me that, this is historic. I mean, we haven't really had a lot of annexation over the past 10, 15 years. It's not been anything like this. So listening to what Dominique was saying, I definitely take this very seriously. I mean, this is the equivalent of cutting Eudora in a third and slapping it on the west side of town. So this is a huge chunk of land, and 650 acres is the equivalent of like a mile square or something like that. And so this is definitely, as was stated, I'm definitely going to be following along what this looks like. And because, this will change the shape and the westward look of Lawrence for our kids and our grandkids. It's a big deal.
Oh, yeah, very big deal. Very big deal. Absolutely. Okay, is there a motion?
Move to refer the annex request of A-26-0003 to Lawrence Douglas County Planning Commission for consideration and recommendation, and authorize the city manager to notify utility companies in Douglas County Rural Water District 1 of such requests.
Motion by Commissioner Sellers, second by Commissioner Devo. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you. That brings us to the regular agenda. We have 7 items on the agenda, but the first, I'm not sure we're going to do the first 2 together. Do the first 2 together, regular agenda items 1 and 2. One relates to GO bonds and temporary notes, and then the other one relates to GO bonds. So, Rochelle? No, I did not.
Announced it earlier.
No, bold.
Yep. Thanks.
Yep. Okay. Go ahead, Rochelle.
All right, good evening. I'm Rochelle Matthews. I'm the Director of Finance for the city, and as well as the Sound Fiscal Stewardship Champion as part of our strategic plan. As the mayor has stated, tonight we're bringing 2 things for you, so my comments will apply to both. This is the authorization of a $158 million GO bond sale and $25.9 million of temporary notes for a sale. This is really the 3rd step in the process. So when we were here in December, we talked about the first step of this process is really development of projects and adoption of a capital improvement plan, CIP, from the previous year. From that approved plan and our annual budget process, then we come in late November, December with a resolution of intent to fund projects in the future year. So that's a menu of options of many things we could choose from. And so after the new year, as we work through our projects and analyze where we're going and what we're doing in the next year, we approach this 3rd step where city staff work with our municipal advisor, our bond counsel, based on those project needs to take what was proposed in December and bring a preliminary financing deal forward. This addresses any construction needs in the near future, as well as any projects that are funded with the temporary notes that are coming due May 1st. So again, this is the 3rd step. There is a 4th step, and that would be to schedule and hold a competitive sale on Tuesday, April 7th. A competitive sale is a bidding process where we take the numbers and the preliminary financing information and provide it to the market, and bond underwriters then provide a bid to give us the lowest cost of true interest available in the market on that day. So in the packet tonight, we've included the typical ordinance and resolutions you've seen, but we have also added a preliminary financing analysis by our municipal advisor. That is our best guess about what the interest rate market is going to do a month from now based on the numbers we have. So in tonight's audience, we have finance representation, team members from MSO and CMED, as well as Ben Hart from Baker Tilly, our municipal advisor, and then Kevin Wempy from Gilmore and Bell, who is our bond counsel. So really with that overview, we would really stand for any questions.
Okay. Might have a few questions. My first question is, tell me again the timing of this. We have April 7th, and then we're trying to pay off bonds.
May 1st.
Temporary notes that are due May 1st.
Correct.
Okay. And after the April 7th bid, does it come back to us for approval?
It does not. So the April 7th is final approval, and then administratively, bond counsel and the city and this selected underwriter would move forward with closing the deal and delivering the funds in cash to be able to put in the city coffers to pay for projects and or pay off the temp notes that are held at the state treasurer's office.
Yep. Because I just wanted to be clear, the first 3 steps you talked about are things we approved. Step 4 is administrative after this, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, just want to make that clear. Okay, other questions? Mr. Boyd?
I have several, but by all means, give anyone else an opportunity if they want.
I don't think,
One who spoke first.
So this is my first opportunity to review debt that the city intends to incur, and I definitely have some things. I sent many questions over to you guys. Additional people did as well. With this, and Ben, nice to see you. This is probably going to include some of you. Where are we at with total debt right now?
So as projected in our preliminary official statement, which is the bond document that we put out, let me switch my pages here. The estimated total GO debt is $289,725,000 after this sale. And we also included the number for the revenue bonds, but this is just our general obligation debt and our temporary notes. We would be bringing a separate sale, an additional conversation later this year for our revenue bonds, which are a funding process for our utility side of the house. But that number is $280,425,000.
Okay. I'm going to go through some of these questions that we asked. A lot of it's going to be for public consumption so they can understand the process. I think it's pretty important. You guys are using a 3% estimate of increased assessed valuation every year. That feels very simple. I mean, my staff has used ARIMA models to do this kind of stuff. Are we doing any kind of modeling at all, or are we just slapping 3% on there and calling it good?
For the purpose of modeling for debt service, we're using a similar model of assuming 3% growth on the previous year's total assessed valuation. At this point, we have not entered any more complex modeling for that. It is an opportunity that we're exploring as part of our forthcoming municipal advisor RFP. That is a service that we could engage in.
Okay. We're about to issue $185 million. I feel like that's the best opportunity when we start to model. All right, we're going to issue $330 million in 3 years. I mean, that's a lot. So when we go into how we issue debt, how we have issued debt, are we looking at our debt capacity, which is what the city can afford, or are we looking at our debt limit? Do we pay attention to, do we care? Because I certainly know, and anyone in the municipal finance arena can tell you that that's certainly not. The debt limit, the statutory debt limit is not a number that even comes up, right? We use level debt. What that means, and I've indicated this last year, you choose the amount of mills that your city can afford, right? And as debt, that's debt capacity, by the way. That's what debt capacity is, what your community can afford. And when you talk about level debt, and a lot of this is for public consumption, you talk about level debt, you decide how much you want to tax for your debt service, right? You keep it level, and as debt drops off, those are the projects that you bring back in, right? So what made us decide that in 3 years we should do this mass amount of debt? Because it's obvious to me we haven't set a debt capacity number, right? So can you walk us through what made us get there?
Sure. So as part of the debt service pro forma, which we started to provide last year and we've now updated, I think included to the commissioners tonight, we have prepared an interim debt service fund forecast. I wouldn't be a good finance director if I didn't caveat that we're in between CIPs. So there's a lot of assumptions assumed in there to reflect what we're doing with bonding and where we think the CIP is going to go with projects. Also, the Gateway project changed some of those things. So that's just a caveat. It's an interim update. We'll, of course, continue to update that as we move through the CIP process. So that being said, that model helps us inform how much we think projecting revenue over a 5 and 10-year period, and then programming in the projected CIP projects that the annual budget process approved, and comparing those two things.
Okay. I want to get into the legislation. For those that aren't aware, the House and the Senate are trying to get bills passed that will limit a city's ability to raise taxes. It's going to be at a 3% cap. The House Bill 2745. It did pass the House. They're doing hearings. They split the hearings up into 2 days, one today, one tomorrow. I asked the question because if this passes, we will basically have a 3% cap, right? And I'm sure you've been analyzing it quite thoroughly.
Absolutely.
This will be a game changer. So I would like you to walk us through what this means. And I was also told, staff said they were under the impression that it does not include GO debt. So I'm going to read this portion of the bill, and then I'd like some clarification. Increased property tax revenues that will be spent on bond, temporary notes, no-fund warrants, state infrastructure loans, and interest payments not exceeding the amount of ad valorem property taxes levied in support of such payments, and payments made to a public building commission, and lease payments, but not, they covered it all, but only to the extent such payments were obligations that existed prior to July 1, 2026. That sounds like it. I mean, I don't know how much clearer you can be, that doesn't.
That's an old version, Commissioner.
Did they,
That's an old version.
when did they do, that's great. So they've exempted debt.
They passed it Friday to go into the Senate. When they passed it, they actually removed what your language that you just said, they actually removed it on Friday. They said that, and this comes from both the current version as well as the state fiscal note, that general obligation bonds are outside the scope of that measure. Now, your point is right on money. When it comes to operations, assessed value gets stopped at 3%. There's a protest petition of 5% if you go beyond that 3%. There was a property tax relief fund from the state that got eradicated. So that's gone, similar to the LAVTR that
Right, yes,
that you and I used to see back in the day. That's gone. There were several functions. Now, that being said, that was passed out of the House. You just mentioned the Senate still has to pass it. They're going to move things around. So I don't know what they're going to do in the next 2 days, but absolutely that is going to be something that we need to be aware of when we go into the rating call, because they're going to be aware of it too. Because it's going to be a week from Friday.
So my concern with the ratings was going to be that we'd lose the full faith and credit option if the protest petition. But you're telling me now the current language.
It removes that.
It completely removes that.
They could put it back on tomorrow.
Because they didn't pass it last year because it wasn't aggressive enough.
Right.
So.
And I think that the aggression, and this is Ben Hart, and I'm the financial advisor for the city, by the way. This is my opinion. It wasn't aggressive enough for transparency purposes and to push that information out to the public to allow them more input. And I think that's what it was. Now, what they didn't account for, and you just hit it, is, okay, what happens with the debt that's already been issued that increases in some cities? Lawrence isn't the same. Other cities have debt that's increasing gradually, which means more mill levy over time. If you cap that, that puts them in a position of potential default. And that's one of the reasons the House removed the debt service off of there.
Yeah, yes.
But who knows what's.
That scared the heck out of a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. And the operations are going to be a challenge too. That's going to.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed it will. So, as a municipal advisor, what are you going to recommend? I'm hearing we're going to have to subsidize more from the utilities. We don't have that option.
No.
Right?
No, right.
We're going to start hoarding cash. That's not best practice. We need to use the taxes that we're using of people's money.
Right.
What is your recommendation? What would you say to a city that's going to have a 3% cap? How are we going to handle that?
My world is bonds. So obviously, I'm not going to follow the city through a budget process. But from my past as a CFO, I'd be evaluating the services that are being contemplated by the commission. The governing body has the ultimate authority to decide what's going to get funded and what's not. And it's not a simple answer, and everybody at the DS knows too, it's not a simple answer. It's a great question, but it's something that's going to have to be decided during the budget process. And to the degree that Rochelle and staff needs us to jump in, we certainly have the ability to do that and come up with alternatives.
Okay. Well, sit tight. I have some things for
Absolutely.
you.
I'm not going anywhere.
Traditionally, we have issued temp notes for projects that exceed. Come on. So I'm not going to dig up old stuff, but we've got 1, 2, and 3 year temp notes in here. Why are we not doing a 3-year temp note with special callable features? We save on cost of issuance there.
Actually, it's not going to cost you any more for the 1, 2, and 3 year. Because when you go to bond every year, you just pull that money down and stick it in the bond. We follow staff's direction when it comes to what they would like to mature. And the reason they do that, they set it up for when the project's going to be finished. We know that this is going to be done in a year. So why set up an expectation in the bond market that it's going to be a 3-year note and you take it out in 1 year when you already knew that? So it's not really putting your best foot forward. If you know a project's going to be done and you know it's going to be taken out.
So why would we then bond or temp note for projects that we know are going to roll over? What's the theory behind that?
Temporary notes can be held for 4 years.
I understand. I'm well versed in temporary
So
notes.
They can be, and I'm talking to the public too.
Thank you. I appreciate
Temporary
that.
notes can be held for 4 years, as you know.
Yes, sir.
And those temporary notes can get rolled year after year up to that 4th year time. In the past, they've done 1 year note, rolled it the next year, right? To take out a bunch of the projects and stick it in a bond issue. Now, sometimes those projects are done and they know they're going to be done. Sometimes something happens and a project gets extended. This year they went at it differently. Our bond issue went up because there was more analysis and questions asked by MSO of, okay, when is the project going to be done and can we just bond it right now versus temporary note? Temporary notes are usually used for projects you don't know the answer for 2 things. 1 is what the construction time is, and 2, what the price is. The price can be risky. You dig a hole in the ground and you hit flint, and you didn't expect to do that within the estimate. Well, your costs are going to go up. If you bond a project, you're done with your financing. And if you need another $100,000, $2 million, you have no chance to get that money back, or actually finance it, for that matter. There's a bunch of different reasons for any entity to use temporary notes versus GO bonds. We've got clients that actually goes only to GO bonds. They end up having either money left over or short on projects. And that's the risk they run. But it's really driven by the entity and their needs.
Well, it's certainly not a practice I have used. Is there cost of issuance associated with temp notes that go from 1, 2 to 3 years?
No.
So we do a 3-year versus a 1 year,
Yes,
same cost of
same
issuance?
cost. It won't change anything.
Okay. I've got a few more. And this is all debt initiated. I think I'm good right now.
Okay.
Ben, thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Going back to the mass amount of money that we are issuing over 3 years, did we have a solid way of knowing how we were going to pay for it? Or is there the assumption that we might have to raise taxes?
I'm happy to start. We've generally, first of all, these are all built on long-range plans that were in place, even many of them before I came. So most of these are following through with CIP plans that we've been doing with our system plans with utilities. There are facility plans that we've looked at. A lot of it is addressing neglected infrastructure that just was not addressed. And so we kind of fell off, our curve fell off in the maintenance, which requires a much more expensive intervention and replacement. And we go through project by project if we want. The CIP is a time we kind of talk about those things and make those presentations. But a lot of this was, executing plans that where, at least when I got here, I was asked, we've got to fix our infrastructure, make plans to fix the infrastructure, and bring us those plans. That's what we did, and now we're executing those plans. So that's the very high-level answer. These are, in this room, dozens, if not hundreds of hours of meetings to talk through these things, present them, lots of boards and commissions, actions, and trying to develop the plans of the neglect, mainly. The MSO campus we'll talk about. It's part of this bond issue. We've given several presentations on what led us to this. This is the most critical infrastructure, and it sits in a floodway and has been sitting in a floodway for 80 years. So it's a great presentation. We'll link to it. I hope the public watches it, those that haven't seen it. That is one of the best examples of what we're having to address and what we've been addressing for the last 10 years, certainly. And so that's why we're kind of in this position. I know it comes up for people that kind of are surprised by it when we're starting to see the issues, when we're starting to try and do these financial plans. What we've been living with, to ask, kind of answer your question, we've been living with a certain mill levy. We haven't gone over that mill levy. We said this is the mill amount that's for capital. Now, as our assessed value goes up, then that obviously the amount that 10 mills, I think it's 10 mills, generates gives us that budget, if you will. And we've been sticking with that. And we really haven't discussed that most of the time, most of the budgets that I've been through. But that has been a limitation in our community conversations that's been set in place while we're addressing these massive backlogs in almost every infrastructure and every system that we have. So that has been a limitation factor. It's kind of been a budget that we've been doing. We don't talk about it because it's just always kind of been assumed. We talk about rate models, and that's not what we're here to talk about tonight, but that's another place where we've said those rates have gone up. But with the general fund, we looked at the mill rate because we know that's where the property tax comes into play. So we have used that as kind of a boundary. The rest of it has really been driven by very complex infrastructure plans that we've brought in some great consulting help. We've got a great team of engineers that have been working with them to try and build those plans. But I would say that's the highest level discussion, and we've got people here to answer in more depth. The CIP is the time we talk about each project, kind of break apart. Why do we need to do this? Why is it this year versus next year versus the next year? Those why questions were probably not addressed ever And so we came up with infrastructure that was literally crumbling, infrastructure that is 100 years old in some cases. We're digging it up right now. And why are people flooding? Why are the backups happening? Why are these things not ready for development? Those why questions were probably not addressed as much as they should have been in the past. And when I was hired, he said, address them. Job one, address them. And that's what's been happening. So yes, this has been building towards it. We've been ramping up, and we're going to ramp down. And the infrastructure that's accounted for in this year and in the next 2 years is part of plans that we've been talking about for a long time that are expensive and are addressing critical infrastructure needs, absolutely critical infrastructure needs, and many of these things we have no choice on. We're given EPA requirements for clean drinking water to make sure we protect the environment at a minimum standard. We've had to make all of those upgrades. So that's, again, the high-level answer, and we're happy to answer any other questions that go into more depth.
In regards to the MSO campus, did we have to have a $130 million campus? I feel like we have stretched ourselves awfully thin.
Yeah, again, that's where we could go back into those conversations. Each of those addresses major pieces. Again, we're moving a campus that's 80 years old, that was built at a time when the city was a fraction of the size and sophistication that it is now. But we can, I think MSO folks can kind of get back into what is the justification, how do we get where we are on this campus, what's the history of that, and why is this solution the one that we chose as a community?
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I want to make sure I'm getting all, I'm going to pause for a second, and I know there's people that would like to speak to this, so I'll stop. Thank you, everybody, for your information.
Any other questions at this time?
As we get closer to the next CIP, is it money equals projects or projects equal money?
I'm sorry, you can say that again?
Yeah. When we get closer to this next CIP, is it we have a set number we're going to spend, that equals projects, or is it we have a set projects and that's the money we're going to spend?
Most of the system plans, they tell us this is how much is necessary. You own this infrastructure. This is what it costs to get it to the shape that it needs to be in. You've heard this phrase, lowest cost of ownership. That's trying to get it so that we are most efficiently serving the community. The assets that we have right now, that those are being maintained at a level of service that is reasonable, but also is the cheapest we can do for what's expected. If you defer things and they fall off the maintenance curve, then you have massive overhauls and massive investments to make. If you get them to a good level and keep them there, those are small investments made regularly in your maintenance, and that keeps us from being where we've been at with a lot of these big, expensive projects. We let them fall off. And that made us have to not only have to spend more to overhaul this infrastructure, but it also made us endure long projects instead of a quick mill and overlay, which is the cycle that we want to be on. So especially with pavement, that's where we want to be on. That's where we've gotten ourselves to. And so the children and grandchildren, they're going to be enjoying this infrastructure. They will be enjoying a lowest cost of ownership if they do the work and they make the small investments to keep this going perpetually. That's not what we were handed.
Right. No, but to Christine's point about doing everything in a short period of time, I would imagine that concrete, deteriorates at X rate. And so in 20 years, from a couple years ago, there'll be a commission that has to replace all of that.
Not if we maintain it. That's the point. You've got to maintain it. If you do that preventative maintenance, and I'm not the engineer, they're in the room, that if you do that preventative maintenance, you make those smaller investments, you can keep that infrastructure going much, much longer, and you make much smaller investments over the life cycle costs. We're investing in life cycle costs. And that's not waiting until it falls off, and then we have no choice but to fix it. We have no choice but to deal with pavement conditions that are 50, instead of where we're trying to keep them is right around 70. So we keep that lowest cost of ownership and do those small investments over time. That's on pavement. Similar cycles on underground infrastructure as well. And then when you get into these plants, I mean, we've got our main water plants. Those are many decades old, but they have to keep up with new standards. They have to keep up with a growing population. So those are investments, again, you can't kind of defer, because then you get into these giant costs if you defer them. So we've been trying to get into a cycle that we hand off to the next generations that allows for the lowest cost of ownership perpetually into the future. The other part of this that we haven't yet talked about is the growth. And we need to be prepared for growth. There have been cycles in this community, because we all love history, cycles in this community where we're not ready for growth. Now, whether we want growth or not is a different subject, but I've heard that we want growth. The comprehensive plan contemplates growth. If we aren't ready for that infrastructure and that extension, not only are we not ready for the growth that we contemplate, we won't be ready to take advantage of the opportunities for economic development, which that we really need, that help make that balance even better.
Is there any concern of, outpricing our residents? I get it. We have a lot of infrastructure. Again, I get it, lowest cost of ownership, but you only have what you have, right? So I've always worked under level debt, and I believe what Commissioner Courtney was trying to say is, do you let the projects dictate how much you're going to issue in debt, right? Or do you let the amount of debt you can handle, which is level debt, dictate what projects you're going to do? So is the question, is the $330 million, was it all going to fall apart? $130 million campus, I see half of that could have gone to getting growth ready, right? I don't even know, the last time I talked to MSO, did we even know what kind of cost savings we're getting by getting this campus and everybody in there? I heard a $2 million a year number, but there was no data to back it. Do we know now how much we're going to save by getting all of our MSO folks into that campus and sell off the property, more efficient operations, saving in the maintenance of the vehicles because it was in the floodplain? Have we quantified that? Because that would be very helpful.
I can quickly say I don't have that information right offhand. I can say we have done some of those calculations for efficiencies with bringing all of us together, and some calculations and estimates on what it would be to offload some of that property. There's still a lot of decisions that have to be made on some of those pieces. I don't know that we have one place where we have quantified all of it, but I wanted to clarify on the earlier question. We do have in the current 5-year CIP, the 26 to 30 CIP, over $300 million in unfunded. So when we look at these projects, we have had that cap for, geo debt, this is the max without raising the mill for debt. And then in the other projects, we look at the revenue, and we have to keep the projects under that. That's what creates that large unfunded amount of $300 million. And then like on street maintenance, that's just one example. We're funding at about 60 to 70% of what the need is. So we're actually not catching up to the level that we would need to according to our models, but we're doing much better than we were doing 6 or 7 years ago. So I wanted to share that part about the unfunded amount.
I appreciate that. So the very brief answer is we don't have the data that's going to show us what the cost savings would be, which is going to be really important to tell the public when they're about to pay taxes for a whole lot more debt in the future, which is a great question I have. We have a large reserve in the bond and interest fund, right? How long is that reserve going to handle the capacity, the amount of debt that we are issuing?
Sure, great question. And so I know we alluded to this during some of the CIP last year of trying to be balanced fiscal stewards of maintaining an appropriate amount of fund balance without letting it build up and not using the funds that were there. So looking at the CIP and some of these fast, large investments, it is calculably drawing down that fund balance. And then so in the projections that we're looking at, this, based on what we know today, with the assumptions plugged into our modeling, we are sufficient to carry this through 2031, 2032. But as part of this process, we'll continue to bring this debt service forecast forward as you're considering a CIP every year to give you a chance to review, refine, and revisit what we're doing in the future to fit those projects. Because for the purposes of modeling, I have to make some assumptions for things that we assume outside the CIP window. But I don't want to presume that that's what you're going to do. And I would give you that information of, based on this number, this is where our debt service fund ends up. But yes, there is a decent fund balance that has built up over a number of years, likely due to our investment choices, and we're now consciously spending that down.
And as you're asking questions, some of these questions you have are, I think, political, not necessarily all questions for staff. And I'll be happy to respond to some of those when we get to the discussion portion of that.
Great.
Because I think that's, the staff presents this information, we make the final decisions on what we decide to build and not to build. So we can certainly talk about that.
Can you just, since we're talking but doubting what we're doing here, assuming three of us were to decide not to vote for this, tell me what happens next if this doesn't pass tonight.
Yes, so there are any number of projects that are already in progress, and our MSO team members can speak to that, but there are contracts outstanding. There are temporary notes coming due, and so there is a need to find a way to continue to fund those, because come May 1st, we need to pay the state treasurer, either with our own funds somewhere, or with a renewal of some version of a temporary note or final bond to pay for this infrastructure that we have in progress.
So we'd spend down our fund balance to do that, probably?
That would be the ultimate option.
Okay, and then what about the bond market? How would they react to us pulling this sale?
The closer we get to April 7th, the more likely there is to be a negative reaction. Tonight, that's the point of having the conversation tonight, of if we so choose, we could amend certain things or make certain choices that would have a limited impact on the bond market. But getting much past this point, it could damage our reputation, our ability to issue debt in the future.
And then what about the costs associated with that, interest, savings? Say we don't spend $100 million on MSO. Let's say we just end the contract, stop it right now, say we quit, we don't have three commissioners who approve of this. What would happen in that case? How would we rectify ourselves financially in that situation?
I'm going to be real honest, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, there would be any number of legal entanglements with the existing debt we have, contract management. That would be a very complex solution to work out.
Okay. So at this point in time, what are you expecting of us to approve this? Or, it's been before us three other times. I guess it coming before us on an individual vote at this time, I'm asking, is it your expectation for us to pass this again? Or was there some question as to whether or not we needed to do this? Is there a reason why it's on the regular agenda at this time?
It was put on the regular agenda in deference to feedback we received last year. There is either consent or a regular agenda item. It's really a process choice by the city. There is no gold standard in GFOA that I could point to for one or the other.
Okay, so it's better to be put on the regular agenda for us to peruse? Or were you truly wondering if we were going to stop this funding because we have new commissioners?
I think I wanted to provide an opportunity for transparency and discussion. As we've discussed many times tonight, this is a large one-time investment in infrastructure. It's a larger deal than we've seen in several years. And so putting it on there allows for that discussion. And then to give us time, should there be a decision, then we could react and arrange finances accordingly.
Okay. So we need to do this. We
Yes.
have to prove this, really. Otherwise, there are multitude of ramifications, financial and otherwise, that we could be legally responsible for and ethically responsible because we've renegotiated at the very end of the process.
Yes, it is accurate that we have a large number of projects that are already in progress, that have existing contracts, that have partial work completed,
Yes,
that would
it's
have
our-
negative ramifications if we were not to continue to fund.
So we have to, it's our fiduciary responsibility to make sure we don't put the city in that position. So theoretically, 3 of us have to provide this, otherwise we're going to be in a position where we'd have a big problem. So I guess I want to make sure it's clear. We're asking a lot of questions. They're good questions, but they're at a time where it's way too far past the process of making a change, I think. I mean, if we're questioning whether or not we need a MSO this large, I asked the same question, but the point is I'm not an engineer, I'm not a designer, I don't use those services, so I can't really weigh in on that. But I think that's a reasonable question. And the conclusion we came to was, yes, we needed this, and these are the reasons why, and this is what it's going to cost. Now, it has increased in cost, which is a problem, but I think that's part of our construction and part of waiting too long to do this because we lost out on lower construction costs and financing costs. So really, there's an opportunity cost from waiting even longer because things cost even more. And I think we saw that with MSO. As we waited too long, we actually ended up losing money because it cost more than if we had just moved a few years earlier. So I think what I'm trying to make sure I understand is if we delay this, it'll probably cost us even more. Is that correct? Probably in insurance or finance costs and or long-term debt? Because I guess what I'm asking is we're going to be using our own money to pay for these. If we don't approve these bonds, we're going to have to find this money somewhere to pay for these contracts we've already entered into.
Yes, the more immediate risk would be finding liquid money in our operational funds, appropriate budgets to cover something that didn't have bond funding materialize. In addition to, yes, there is a risk of the things you discussed of changing interest rate cost, escalation of prices in the future. That is also a risk.
So it could cost more down the road if we don't act. Say we chose to stop, hold back, do one phase, get out, move on. It doesn't address the needs we have in the floodplain. It doesn't address some of the other needs. But generally speaking, we could stop, right now if we were nervous about this. But it would cost us in some ways, and we may not be able to pay for it, I guess, is what I'm trying to make sure.
Yes.
If I chose to vote against this tonight, that's what I'm asking you, what the ramifications would be.
There's roughly $72 million coming due May 1st.
Okay, thank you. That's exactly what I needed to know.
Just to piggyback on to Commissioner Devers' statement, I've been approached a lot by the public, and a lot of the public didn't quite understand the process. So I have told several people that there are a number of temporary notes that are coming to maturity. So we're either going to roll them into permanent financing or we're going to pay cash for them. So I don't believe, but it's good that the public understand that. Tonight is not a vote on whether or not we want to do this. I would never recommend that we not go to permanent financing once we are already in, because we have not planned for that, right? Whether the question of, Commissioner Courtney and I were not on the bench when these decisions were made. These decisions were made. The only thing, for me at least, that I need to consider is the new money, the $25 million, right? I either say yes or no, right? Because we've lumped the new money in with everything. It was indicated we were concerned about administrative costs. Oddly, we were doing, temp notes every year, et cetera. My concern is the new money. I'm not here, really, honestly, to belabor what was done in the past. That's for the public to do. Do I agree with it? Not necessarily, but I certainly didn't have a part of it. So for public consumption, the only thing that really I think probably Commissioner Courtney and I are scrutinizing right now, with the understanding there's nothing we can do but roll over $158 million into permanent financing, is whether or not the additional $25 million is worth it. Staff has told us that we can't really break them apart. It could be additional administrative burden, additional cost, which is certainly we want to avoid. But I do want to talk about what is involved in those new projects, what contracts have been executed for all of those projects. I would also like to ask, in some of the projects that are moving over to permanent financing, they're not complete. I'll say one. I didn't scrutinize all of them, but for example, Bob Billings in between Castle and Monterey. Not close, right? And you can certainly go into that, but let's talk about contracts for the new money and where we are. And then that might give the opportunity for the other commissioners to consider that if the public has comment to it. Contracts, and then if we could talk about what's going over to permanent financing, because we don't have, that's the benefit of temp notes, right? Get it down to the penny. We won't be able to do that. So let's go ahead and chat a little bit about that.
So if I can give a high-level overview before sharing with my teammates here. Of the $25 million, I do think it's important to remember $14 million of that temporary new money is related to the Jayhawk watershed, and we do intend to issue tax increment financing bonds, which is a form of GO bond, but KU's increment of the value they're adding to our property tax would pay for that.
Thank you for that reminder, by the way. Appreciate that.
And so we will still carry the bonds, but we have the benefit of they are bringing improvements in to pay for that. And then the other two projects are annual maintenance programs. So we were before you in October last year where we were talking about debt and our bonding, and as part of that, we went through an analysis process in conjunction with our municipal advisors and city staff, and so we really tried to take into account some of those recommendations and make some shifts. And so one of the things we tried to look at as an overall perspective of if we had something that maybe wasn't all the way done, but we knew the guaranteed maximum price, like we knew what the total cost was. Let's not incur the cost of interest over a year if we know what the max is at. Let's take that to final bond. As you've stated, that is not a practice we've always done in the past, but is something we tried to incorporate this year to defray those additional, extra cost of issuance and interest. So just as a general lens of that's how we viewed structuring some of the projects in here.
Good. Thank you.
Hello. I didn't introduce myself earlier, so I wanted to do that. Good evening, Melinda Harger, Assistant Director of MSO. So to answer some of the questions, we had 5 new projects listed on the authorizing resolution last November. Those 5 projects included 2 associated with the TIF. So that's the Jayhawk Watershed Mississippi Street project and the traffic calming, so that was $14 million. We had $2 million for the storm rehab at Crestline and Bob Billings, and then we had the 2026 street maintenance program and the 2026 stormwater program. So $1.5 million, $660,000 were those 2. So that's the new projects that showed up for the 2026 CIP. Of those, the only one contract that we have entered and encumbered so far, last month we brought you street maintenance phase contracts. One of those contracts, we have $1 million allocated. So that has been an executed contract. So $1 million of the $1.5 million. You will notice 2 of the 5 projects are actually in the bond and not in the temp notes. The reason is it's the 2 programs. We have the list of locations and where we're going to spend that. We know we're going to encumber that money and spend that money. So we were trying to skip the additional issuance costs and go straight to bonds on those. This is a change in practice. In the past, it was we would temp note what we anticipated in expenditures for the coming year, and then we would look at our actuals that we spent. We would bond that, look ahead the next year, and that was kind of the process, at least since I've been involved since 2019. So this change made a lot of sense this year because we have a large project, Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the campus with guaranteed max price contracts. I can tell you on our Phase 1, we're coming in under. We are bonding what is listed as the contract amounts plus our contingencies, basically what is authorized for those projects. I do anticipate we are going to come in a little under on those, on both of those contracts when we take all the little pieces. So we have a guarantee max price, but there's some things we purchase outside of that to avoid markup, get better pricing. Furniture was one on Phase 1. We'll have a similar type of FF&E type expenses on Phase 2 and some of those components. So we have the 2 programs in the bond. The rest of the there's 158 million here. We had to date, as of claims today, a little over 62 million has been paid out on the 72 million in temp notes. The remaining should cover us for the next month. We are giving back a little over 3 million because we completed projects under budget, including saving $1.5 million on Iowa, saving $500,000 on 11th Street, coming in under. So we had taken temp notes out. We don't need to bond all of that. We're able to give that money back. The remaining of so we have the MSO campus in the 158. We have the money we spent using temp notes the past year, and then the remaining contracts. So we had only temp noted our expenditures we anticipated for a year, but some of our contracts are multi-year contracts. Our Maple Street project, our Jayhawk Watershed project, some of these are very large contracts spanning 2 years. And so this completes the rest of that. Over 145 million of the 158 is already under contract. And the rest of it is our annual programs, or we're really close to encumbering that in the next month or 2. So of the temp notes, it's the 14 million already mentioned related to the TIF district. We have a couple multi-year projects here listed as a 2-year, and that's for some projects that spanned a couple years in our CIP. So we had previously temp noted some of our police headquarters parking expansion project. This is the remaining. It includes what's currently encumbered and then what was planned for this year and next to finish out that. Our YSC asphalt on parking lots, that project, if it's not advertised as of right now, will be advertised shortly. So that would be encumbered very soon. We have 2 million on our Jayhawk Watershed project listed here. One of the reasons we've done that, it's more related to, we didn't want to bond all of Jayhawk Watershed, the current contract, because there's some opportunities to maybe use some of the TIF money on our existing project, if that makes sense, if the upper watershed comes in under. It's a little more complicated, but, and then there's some projects with uncertainty. There's a lot of decisions yet to be made on our City Hall reconfiguration project. There's items coming to you in the next couple of months on Station 6. There's gonna be recommendation to use alternative delivery, enter into detailed design, go with a CMAR, and I'll be bringing more of that to you next month and talking through what that process looks like for collaborative delivery. So those are listed as temp notes. And then you'll see here a small amount on a Bob Billings west of K10. And that's on here because we're getting through detailed design. You'll see that contract coming to you to detailed design a half mile of that. We're trying to get that one ready so that whenever we have development that triggers that extension of Bob Billings to happen, that we're ready. We've completed the design, but a portion of that is anticipated to be developer paid, and so that's what we've assumed with that. So we didn't want to take out any debt for construction on that project, just to get us through the design. So I think I've covered some of the high-level ones, but if there's any project you'd like me to answer any questions on, I'm happy to.
I'm very grateful. No, I think I'm good.
Yeah. So I actually had a question. I wanted to go back to something that you said, Mr. Owens. You said that we should be expecting 2 more years of this. So should the public be expecting 2 more years of $150 million each year?
No, I'm just saying that the program where we're executing our plan, it bubbled up and then it tapers down. And that is the execution, that is the known, what we've been planning and what we've been talking about. So nowhere close. This is a peak. This is absolutely the peak. This will taper down, but those are still still addressing longstanding system requirements.
Okay, and then I just got one more question. And so when you look at on table 13, it has total assessed valuation of taxable property. And that 30% is the, 517, it's, the 172.3 billion, times 0.3 equals that 517. In the models that you guys have, is there any thought about what happens if we hit a recession, AI bubble pops? I mean, because that number, if the number went down to something that was closer to more like 2020, we would have no debt availability whatsoever.
Sorry,
Right.
table 13. I'm not,
sorry, yeah,
I'm not
no, sorry,
tracking with you.
Table 13.
Yeah, there was table 30. It was in the email.
The
Sorry,
FAQs,
the FAQ.
right? You're talking about this particular.
Yeah. It's on page 10 of the thing Sherry sent out earlier. Sorry, it's called Table 13. I thought it was in the packet, but I could be wrong. It's called City of Lawrence, Kansas Computation of Legal Debt Margin, last 10 fiscal years.
You're discussing the city's level indebtedness. So yes, it's on page 1 of the FAQ, and then it was added as an addenda.
Okay. I mean, just help me to understand. I mean, if this goes at a constant high valuation, I mean, do we have less flexibility if there's a recession or the valuation of homes in the city go down?
I don't know that I would characterize it as less flexibility. It would be different levers to pull. So, when we come to generating property tax, the assessed valuation is, the county appraiser sets these values and we receive them, and then you as a commission set the mill levy. If the assessed valuation were to level out for any number of reasons, whether through statutory changes in Topeka, Kansas, or through a recession, then the lever you guys would have would be to raise the mill levy, like change the property mill on that to then increase revenue. So if this were to stagnate, it would trigger a series of very robust financial considerations and budget considerations of changing projects, foregoing projects, delaying debt, those kinds of things, to make sure we can account for what's already on the books.
Other questions before we open it to public comment? You can ask questions later, too.
I'd like to get
You can hold.
Mayor.
Well, let's go ahead and do public comment, then we can bring it back for questions and comments. Okay, this is a public hearing item. If any member of the public would like to speak on it, you have 3 minutes.
Christina McKenna, 66046. I'm here with the Coalition for Collaborative Governance, and our coalition has researched the city budget to increase our community's understanding of our city's financial situation, including the recent debt decisions. In 2021 through 2023, the City Commission approved an average of $40 million of debt per year. Then these last 3 years, the Commission approved almost 3 times that amount annually for an average of $118 million each year. At the end of 24, the city had a total of $429 million in debt. If the city issues all the debt approved for this year, the city's total debt will be about $650 million. This is a 52% increase in the city's debt in 2 years. And this total debt would equal $6,680 per Lawrence resident. This debt is important because it's paid for by residents' property taxes and utility fees, which have both risen dramatically in the last few years. While the city has not increased the mill levy last year, residents paid 40% more in property taxes than they did 5 years previously due to increased property valuations. This means the median Lawrence household now owes close to $1,000 more in total property taxes each year than they did 5 years ago. This is a significant increase because Lawrence residents have a median average income of $63,000. The city has also increased utility fees an average of 6 to 8% each year between 2020 and 2028, for a cumulative increase of 60 to 80% depending on household size and type, with plans to continue increasing these fees annually. Sorry. I had the slide images, but I'll just discuss it. The $184 million in GO bonds and temp notes being considered tonight would be the greatest amount of new debt the city has ever authorized in a single year. With the revenue bonds slated to be issued at the end of the year, the city issues a total of $226 million in bonds this year. Last year, the city issued the most debt they had issued before, and this year the city proposes taking out $68 million more than even last year's top amount. We believe the debt decision before you is one of the most substantial financial decisions to be made by this body in decades. The city commits to sound fiscal stewardship, which includes sustainable management of resources and transparent data for budgeting and decision-making. Based on our research, we're concerned the proposed debt is not sustainable for our community's finances, and we believe you need to examine transparent forecasting data before authorizing this debt. Thank you.
Thank you. Holly.
I have images for Holly Krebs, and I also have printouts from new information that we received today. Sherry, can I be pleased to?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Holly Krebs, 66046. The Coalition for Collaborative Governance thanks the city for providing payment schedules for the bonds you are considering tonight. We also believe that this conversation needs to include long-term forecasts for the city's total debt payments. Last August, the Finance Department provided this chart that shows expected GO bond payments for all current debt and debt approved in the 5-year CIP. This chart shows that GO bond debt payments will be $10 million more in 2030 than in 2025, an 84% increase in 5 years. This chart showed that the city would be able to afford these larger payments through 2032 by using funds from their debt service fund balance, and that starting in 2033, they would break with their fund balance policy and dip into reserves intended for emergency purposes. This chart was based on an anticipated 4% annual increase in property tax revenue. The printed chart I gave you is a new chart the city just released this afternoon with a lower estimated property tax revenue increase of 3% per year. This chart shows that the city would have to dip into their fund balance to pay this debt starting in 2030. Then, starting in 2033, they would not even have money in their reserves to cover their debt payments. And this fund would have $1 million plus deficits every year through 2036, including a $4.3 million deficit in 2034. And this chart doesn't extend past 2036, so future payment projections are unknown. For the last 6 years of this chart, this forecast only includes about $6 million in, I believe, $6 million in annual debt for street maintenance. This is 1/20th of the average annual debt the city has approved in the last 3 years. Can you display my second slide? Last October, the city shared their debt payment plan for bonds paid with utility fees. This plan shows an additional $11 million increase in debt payments between 2025 and 2030. This brings the total increase of the city's anticipated debt payments to be an additional $21 million per year, which is a 64% increase in just 5 years. Tonight, $65 million of the debt you are considering is for stormwater and solid waste GO bonds, which would be paid for with utility fee revenue. Unfortunately, the city's payment plan for bonds paid with utility fees does not include any proposed GO bonds in the utility rate model, so we are unsure if the $65 million of the debt you're considering tonight is reflected in the city's debt payment plan that I'm presenting here. The forecasts you have received tonight indicate that our community cannot afford an extra $21 million per year in debt payment, especially given the significant cuts recently needed to balance the city's operating budget. We hope you will reevaluate this debt issuance to match our community's actual capacity to pay for this debt. I recognize that the CIP is included in this, and so if we cannot change the debt that's issued tonight, that the debt that will be issued over the next 4 years will be need to be considered. Thank you.
Hello, Melinda Ball, 046. Our coalition produced our own survey about the city's 26 budget that was more accessible. While our sample size of 120 responses is smaller than the city's sample, the information gives a better idea of how our community feels. Our results indicate that the community may not value all the investments the city is making. Our survey included several questions about the city's debt expenditures, a topic the city tool did not address. We asked if people supported taking on debt to invest in existing infrastructure, new infrastructure for commercial, industrial, residential development, and the new MSO campus. Debt for maintaining existing infrastructure received the most support at 57%. Other categories received substantially less support, 36% for the new residential infrastructure, 32% for the new commercial and industrial infrastructure, and only 22% for the new MSO campus. When we asked how the city should manage long-term indebtedness, the idea that with the greatest support, selected by 72% respondents, was requiring voters to approve debt projects for over $5 to $10 million. 58% of respondents wanted the city to pay down their debt with existing property tax revenue, and 50% wanted to reduce future capital investments. The city's sound fiscal stewardship commitment states that the city will build and maintain public trust. We believe that the most significant decision before the commission this year is choosing to borrow a total of $226 million in 2026, as this decision will affect our community for a generation. The state puts a cap on the maximum debt a city can take out, but this is not the number a city should use to determine debt capacity. The city government should determine capacity based on what our community can financially sustain. Given the economic changes of the last 5 years and the new war that we have just waged in the Middle East, we suspect our residents can't sustain more. We believe that it is time to reevaluate financial practices and take on debt at a sustainable level that better matches our community's capacity. We also believe that these significant decisions should be made with clear, complete, and accurate financial data. I also just want to add that we have a dwindling middle class. It's pretty much non-existent. And when communities like ours overspends and then taxes everybody, particularly people living on that edge or living in the missing middle, it further divides and creates more people that have without. So please consider. Thank you.
Thank you.
John M., 66049. Mayor knows I do not like debt. I've been here for the last 3 years through all the cycles with the MSO speaking against the debt. So here we are. It's really sad that we ignored infrastructure for quite a few years. Sorry, but that's where we are. That produces a need for the CIP plans. But the question, of course, is whether we can afford all those plans, and we've been discussing that this evening. I trust that you all can do the math. You're very focused on projects and how much those projects cost. Your requirement is efficient use and sustainable management of resources that align with community priorities. Well, part of community priorities is not being wiped out by high cost of property taxes and high cost of utilities. And there's not a lot of discussion about the consequences of these projects on property taxes and utilities. And certainly it's not showing up as, gee, if we do this, your property taxes are going to go up. Why do we need to do it? Answer that question. Is that worth it to the public? Everywhere I go in my district, people talk about high property taxes, high utility costs. It very well may be that we've reached capacity and we need some serious training maybe on the part of to the community about why we need certain services. But when we talk about having to cut back on fire, cut back on police services because we don't have the money, that runs into the question of, well, then how much new infrastructure or repaired infrastructure do we need? Can we live with a crumbling set of roads? Can we live, people call it the Taj Mahal, the MSO, can we live with a slightly reduced set of capabilities in the MSO? Our credit rating is driven by whether the people who buy the bonds can be paid back. It's not about anything having to do with property taxes. They don't care if they buy the bond. I just want my money back. That's not a measure of solvency. That's just a financial purchase decision. It's a measure of how aggressively a city is willing to squeeze its residents by increasing property taxes and utility taxes. And we've gotten to the point where the citizens are not at all happy with how it's been turning out. And certainly looking down the road, even if we are building for our grandchildren, well, my grandchildren won't be here because I can't afford to live here anymore, so I'm moving out. And it was, as it was just mentioned, we're losing our middle class because it's getting too expensive to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room? How about online?
We do have some. Risa Williams?
Hi there. I just wanted to echo what those who've already shared have said. I don't have a degree in finance. My resume doesn't have anything in finance. But I do understand that my rent goes up because property taxes go up. We use water because we're humans and we have to use water, utility services, all that comes with living. However, we're being taxed out of the ability to stay in this town. I'm working poor, and I think I make decent money. We're working to get the unhoused housed. I can barely afford to live in a house, so I don't see how we are going to be able to house people who have very little income. I appreciate the two new commissioners, Christine and Mike, asking those questions, wanting to know what is what. Because, you know, like I just said, they're newer commissioners. This is a new thing for them. And I guess the last thing I want to say is, like, I think it's disgusting that our mayor is sitting there huffing and rolling his eyes and just acting annoyed that they're asking questions. But as a constituent, like, it's very, very much appreciated. These important questions are being asked. So thank you so much for your time.
Julie Jones?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You got it this time.
Okay. I wanted to comment on, I heard the comment tonight on this topic that the citizens agreed to this. We voted in the commissioners who represent us on topics. I will say, in coming in and speaking like I am right now on various projects that we've had in the past and saying no, I never felt like my voice was heard. I can take it to next door and receive a lot of the same comments from people, but yet you're saying that we, the public, agreed to this. As far as building the MSO plant, I thought we had insurance, so if the areas did flood, then we would have insurance to cover the implements or the equipment that we had lost in a flood. I'm thankful that we do have Commissioner Courtney and Commissioner Paulian who do listen to us and do respond to us when we have questions or emails. In the 5 years that I've been active with this program and listening in on these meetings and have sent emails, I have received on occasion a comment from Commissioner Finkeldye. I've never received a comment back from Commissioner Dever, and I get a comment back from Commissioner Sellers telling me that her schedule is not the same as my schedule, but I never hear back from her on questions that I have. I used to hear back from Commissioner Larson on occasion, but I'm very confused about, do you really represent the people, or are you representing the city and the staff and now the leaving city manager who is not really retiring, he's just moving over to a new job, which I find it odd that he should stay and see this mess out. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia.
Tim Hamilton?
Tim Hamilton, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Tim.
I had a couple of questions that I hope would be answered. One was regarding the crumbling infrastructure. So I'm rehabbing a house right now, and there were some parts that were critical. For example, the foundation I had to work on, and the roof. Those were things that were absolutely critical. When we say crumbling infrastructure, I mean, it sounds like there's just sinkholes all over the city, and we're just darn lucky we don't fall in them. I think it would be very wise to have somewhat of a grading system on these different crumbling infrastructure items as to whether or not it is critical and a crisis oriented, or whether it's just bad and needs repair. Was it moderately bad? Along that line, I would want to know of the percentage of bond issues, how many of them are for crumbling infrastructure, both as a number and then as a percentage. For example, the MSO is 80 years old and needs to be upgraded, but is it necessarily crumbling? Of those percentage of planned project contracts that have, what percentage of them have already started? Because that was mentioned. Is it like 95 of 100? Or is it 50 of 100? Or something to that number? It would be nice to know if we knew the number of contracts that are underway, and then the number of contracts that are planned but have not yet been started. That sort of goes to the idea that Commissioner Devers asked, if you stop the bond issues tomorrow, what would be the consequences? And along that line, it seemed to be the veneer of, we made some bad, too big decisions, but hey, we're stuck with them now, so we dare not reverse it at any point. I think bond buyers would see retracting bonds as a matter of fiscal stewardship and of honoring your debt capacity. So I think it would actually highlight your ability to issue debt. So anyway, those are my comments, and I do appreciate you looking at this and trying to make the city better, because that is fundamentally is why we're in this mess.
Thanks, Tim.
That's all the comments.
Okay, that brings us back to the commission for questions or comments. And Commissioner Pauline, you said you might have some more questions. Have you had some?
Mayor, I had a quick
question. Oh, go ahead.
First of our conferees that came up, from our financial consultant, the first
Ben
one
Hart.
that came up.
Ben Hart.
Ben, I was going to call you Brad, and we already got one, so I didn't want to misrepresent another one.
I'm Brad if you want me to be.
Ready, all right, okay. So you've worked with us for a while, and we've kind of gone over with a few questions about some of the practices that we've had, and you've kind of shared with those. Is there anything, to your professional opinion, that we are doing financially as we talk about how we build out our GO bonds, how we're issuing our temporary notes? Are our practices out of character? I know that there's multiple ways to skin a cat. Are we using an innovative way to skin it? Are we doing something that is seen across different practice markets, municipalities?
I can give you my experience based on your credit rating. And that's the world that I live in, is that credit rating and the attractiveness to the bond market. The city currently holds a AA1 rating, one more step up and you're at the top. There's nowhere else to go. It's AAA. Cities that are a AA1 typically have several things going for them. One, they've got a commission, a governing body that's willing to debate a budget. You've got that. You've got policies in place, financial policies in place that aren't just cookie cutter. They're financial policies you follow and set a budget on. You've got staff, including your city manager, your executives, all the way down, that are necessary to be able to fulfill the services that the citizens are looking for, both corporate and residential alike. And lastly, you've got the financial metrics that the bond market would consider safe. Now, my experience as a former finance director, that goes in opposite direction for what, say, my mom would see as a cash balance. 45% cash balance is great for a finance market. You get to a AAA, that thing goes to 50%, right? It gets bigger. I know my mom would have a fit if she saw 50% fund balance from my dad, and she'd be spending that money on something different, usually a roof or a basement, right? But you've got financial policies and metrics that you live by and that you measure every single year. Your finance staff, including your operations staff that we've always worked with, are very smart about what they do. They know what to borrow, they know what not to borrow. We have that conversation on an annual basis, and that's a conversation I enjoy because that's what I used to do. So, no, there's nothing that you're doing that's out of ordinary. I would say I'd put you up against your practices, up against a AAA anytime. Your growth is what's really keeping you from AAA. Just like an Olathe or any other growth area you've got within the metro as well. Is they're not going to hit AAA until they're done growing. And as much as economic development that we see in Lawrence, you're still growing and knocking the doors off when it comes to that growth. You've got big plans ahead of you. I don't see anything out of the ordinary, no.
Okay.
That's a good question, man.
Perfect, thank you.
Well, Mr. Hart, why don't you go ahead and stay there if you don't mind?
Yes, ma'am.
As we are talking about our practices,
Yeah.
I've issued a lot of debt in my career, right?
Yeah.
I've never seen the temporary note process that we've done here.
Okay.
I've worked under Hilltop, I've worked under Piper. I've never seen it.
Okay.
I think that may be a question that's out there, right? And we're improving our practices. But one thing that I would like to ask you, when you're doing long-term financial planning, it's very difficult to do that planning and get your actual plan tied to mills and utility rates while it's in temporary financing, correct? We in the industry, would you agree, do our financial planning based off of what we have permanently financed?
That's correct.
Correct? Okay.
When those temporary notes come to financing, you're right. It could be years 1, 2, or 3. You're going to have an idea when they go to market and when they're going to be permanent float.
Sure.
You should have a 75 to 90% accuracy rate on that, yes.
But I'm not doing my financial planning off of temporary notes. I'm looking at my permanent financing.
Sure.
Okay. That is a practice that I wholeheartedly disagree with what we've been doing. And again, we're not going to beat anything up over that. Now, you brought up our credit rating.
Yep.
Big difference between revenue bond ratings and general obligation bond ratings,
Yeah.
right?
Sure. Although Moody's has now pushed those two together.
Well, that'll be interesting because we got a decent rating last year from Moody's for our revenue because the sole reason is because we were doing double-digit utility rate increases. And they had concerns about how we were going to be able to pay our debt. I don't know if anyone's looked at that, but it was concerning. Now, the difference between general obligation debt and revenue debt is general obligation debt is tied to what's called the full faith and credit of the taxpayer dollar, which means it's real hard to default in general obligation bond because guess what? We just raised taxes. We had multiple failed audits, right? And we still have a AA1 credit rating. It ain't hard on the GO side. What is reflective is what our rating is on the utility side. So along ratings, I would recommend we start getting at least 2, Moody's and S&P. That's what I would like to see, okay? Now, again, we are making improvements on how we are issuing debt. So I'll just go ahead and continue and thank the staff for doing that. I really appreciate that.
I have a point of clarity. Commissioner Polling, you mentioned that we had 3 failed audits. What?
I said multiple.
You said 3.
I said multiple.
Okay,
I don't
but
know how many.
Are you, in what context are you stating that? So in the last 5 years, are you saying we've had 3 failed audits or multiple failed audits? Are you, what's your time period?
5 years.
Staff, can you?
And you know what a failed audit is.
I just want to have staff speak to that.
I can say in the last 5 years, our audit has been issued with an unmodified opinion, which is the highest opinion you can get on your audit.
How many material weaknesses did we have?
I believe we had 1 in the prior year, and I would have to access my records to look at.
So I've had multiple people tell me that we've had failed audits. If you have significant, I don't care about significant deficiencies, honestly. Everyone has room for improvement. Material weaknesses, big problem.
So last year, let me clarify, last year was a significant deficiency. There was 1 finding. I'd like to clarify my words. There were no material weaknesses in the 2024 audit.
What about in the past 5 years?
I would need to pull them. I'm off the top of my head, I know they were all issued with unmodified opinions.
I've had a modified opinion. I don't care about modified versus unmodified for me personally, as having been doing this for a very long time. I care about material weaknesses, significant deficiencies, those types of findings. That is what dictates whether or not we're going to have a massive financial failure, right? I've been doing this for 22 years. I've had 23 independent audits, 2 material weaknesses in my career, devastating to me. One of them had to do with GASB 96 because of the leasing, and that was a mother. So it's a very, very big deal. Modified versus unmodified, I chose not to actually do the actuarial mess with capers, and that's why I ended up having that. So not a big deal in my eyes. Again, this is the world that I have worked in, that I have issued a lot of debt. So I don't want to get back into the ticky-tacky, are we in the right practices, whatever. I told you guys in July 8th, I didn't think that the temporary note issues that we were doing made it very, very difficult to understand where we were financially. It's very difficult to do financial planning when you have your money tied up in temporary money. That's when it's temporary financing. Right? So again, we're making improvements. We'll go, and I'm just going to go ahead and finish, and then we can go from there. I have a few things. I'm concerned. There is. The reality is to the community, know that maintenance was deferred, and that is problematic. And the folks sitting here are trying to clean up that mess. Do I agree with how they're cleaning, that they have chosen to clean up the mess? Not necessarily, but it's a true disappointment that these folks have had to make some really tough decisions. So I hope they get some grace. Everybody gets grace for that, right? There's been a lot of decisions made as far as how we're going to proceed and what debt we're going to issue and what infrastructure we're going to replace. the significant amount of money that's being, we don't, if I don't vote for this, I recognize that it's going to be out of principle, because never, ever in my career would I ever potentially stop in the middle of the process, right? You can't do that. What I am very concerned about is new money. What I am very concerned about is the critical part of where we're at, because I believe that we've got folks in town that are at critical mass as far as whether they can stay in their homes, right? So I'm going to be real particular on what new projects we decide to take on. I did not vote for the Mass Street project between 14th and 23rd for the sole reason is I don't think it's highly necessary right now. When I say highly necessary, I mean on fire. Because right now, I don't have a long-term financial plan that ties mills and utility rates to the bond issues that we have done in the past and what we want to do. And that really helps know where we are, all right? I'm also not seeing robust modeling on how we're estimating where we're going to be in the future. All right? I know we're going to work on that. By the way, we have an amazing MPA program up the street, best in the world. I bet there's some folks there that could help us with that modeling. Last thing I'm going to say, I've issued debt in many cities, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. Never once have I put debt under consent. Never once. Even when it is the most basic housekeeping item, I do not think it's good practice to put it in consent. Because oftentimes what happens, and we become a machine, and Lawrence has been doing this a long time. It's rote at this point. If you're just lumping, we think we covered the CIP 6 months ago, 8 months ago, now we're going to wrap those projects into debt issuance. People don't remember that. We need to make sure that our community has an opportunity to comment. We've just got to start doing that, and it's arduous, and it feels repetitive. But as I have said many times, local government means you have to be repetitive because it is never static. The people moving in, the people moving out, people forget. I can't remember yesterday. So we really, really, I believe the mayor has committed to keeping it in general items. I hope he continues to do that. It is not to beat up staff. It is just to let the public know what we're doing, and we need to be better about describing the projects as we're issuing the debt, which means repetition. But it's what we got to do. So I think that's all I have. You guys, thank you very much for your patience on this. It is incredibly important that we talked about it.
Sounds good. Well, I'll jump in and say a few things, and others can jump in. Here in a few weeks, we'll be starting in a few months. I think in May we'll be, talking about the CIP, and of course this is, premised on that 5-year CIP, and obviously, we create these fund. These payment models, and they are based upon either 4%, which is what we saw before, 3% this time, but it's also premised on a 5-year CIP, which we have approved 1 year of, and so every year when we take up the next CIP, we have the right to make those decisions, and so I'll say on that side, those are going to be coming up. we'll get to make a decision if we do road maintenance, if we build a new fire station, if we buy a new fire truck. Those are all questions we will have. But I will also say that, this question was, I think, Vice Mayor Courtney asked, is it based upon, projects equal money or money equal projects? The way I've looked at this, and I think there's lots of ways you can answer the question, we have the capital improvement fund. That capital improvement fund is funded by a set, has been funded historically for a while on a set mill levy. Obviously, we could change that mill levy. We could lower it and we could raise it. But, what we've done over the years since I've been on the commission is said this, so we can do 5-year planning, we've said leave that, assume we're going to keep that mill levy flat. What can we build and what can we do in that 5-year CIP? And, in the last, we came up with a 5-year CIP, and part of that 5-year CIP included the Jayhawk watershed, and the 5-year CIP included the MSO campus. And, for 4 or 5 years, we worked on the MSO campus. And during those years, we were bringing in more money than we were spending because we knew we were going to spend it later. And this year, I think the number is we are bringing in $4.5 million more dollars. That was 2024. We brought in $2.4 million. In 2025, we brought in $4.5 million more than we spent. And we've been building up that reserve for $33 million because we knew we were going to spend it. And this last year when we did the CIP, we pulled a few things out of the CIP because we decided we couldn't afford that in the 5-year plan, and we pulled those out of those years. This time you guys will, the new 2 commissioners will be part of that discussion. But you're all right, we don't have a sophisticated model. The flip side is maybe we can get one, but when I look at the model at 4%, we've averaged well over 4% every year I've been on this, 3% under the one we saw today. But that's also without the new growth. We talked about earlier tonight a fairly large annexation that might be coming in. We've done things like the Gateway Project and the Crossing Project that will be bringing property taxes online. So, where we will be, I do think it's dependent on growth. And even under these models, we have plenty of time. Again, I felt very good about where we're at and not that we'd not have to raise rates. But we'll have to look at that every year. And, Commissioner Courtney, if we have a recession, right, then, yeah, you might have to defer projects. And this, again, is premised on 4 more years of a CIP that has yet to be approved. But we're trying to look ahead and gauge that. And if we know we have a big project coming, we save money for it. So, I felt very good about that. Obviously, people could say, well, you could have lowered the mill levy and done something different. But again, we've tried to have a strategic plan, a 5-year plan to fix those infrastructure problems and build the MSO campus. Clearly, people can disagree that we shouldn't have built the MSO campus. Fine. Understandable. We had, I don't know how many votes, 10 or 15 votes over many years on that. Over multiple elections, we had those. And we've supported that. Now we've contracted to build it. I'm not going to go back and relitigate that point, but it's in contract now. People can disagree with that. But they can also disagree that we shouldn't have redone Iowa Street or we shouldn't have, done whatever. That's fine. But I think I feel good about where we are in paying for this, and I believe the models I've seen and, based upon my experience, I feel good that the capital improvement plan is at a place where we can continue to afford it without raising that mill levy. And so we've been planning for this. As Craig said, we have been planning for this bump, and we know that there's going to be less borrowing in the future. That's been part of the plan. very reasonable minds can disagree with the plan, but that's where we are at, and I would say I feel very good about the plan, and I think we're in the execution phase of that. Tonight we have the bond issuance, basically, not completely, but basically on the money we've already spent, and I feel good about, I think we just have to move forward and pay for that. When we get to the CIP discussion, absolutely, we're going to have to decide, maybe if the community decides we've taken on too much debt, maybe we don't fix roads, maybe we don't build a fire station, maybe we don't fix the pool, whatever those things are. Those are the decisions we have to make, and we'll get to make those. So we'll look forward to that discussion here in a few weeks. I'd also say that, well, I won't say that. I'll leave it at that. Anyway, I'm going to support the two motions because I want to issue the bonds to pay the debt and move forward on that. But other comments?
Yeah, I got just on this scenario 2, the one, I believe this was at the bottom of the fact that was sent out. So a question would be, is that right that by 2032, we will have expended the entire fund balance?
Well, and Rochelle that's what the chart says. That assumes in the next 4 years, we spend everything that's in the CIP as it exists now, and it assumes we have exactly 3% growth over the next...
Of existing property.
Of existing property over the next few years. So if you use those 2 points, it does show that. If we have a negative, growth next year, then I think we don't fund some things. If we have a 6% growth, or we annex 650 acres, and we have a Costco built, and we have a bunch of things built around Costco, and we have a 7% growth, then we'll be looking at this chart that now you take a growth percentage, and then you add 3% to that every other year. And so, but yes, if you take those constants of 3% and we completely fund the things that are in the next 4 years of the CIP, that's what the numbers show.
And then one other question. I think it was Holly's slides. It was based on 2026 budget Q&A. Would it be possible to bring that up, the second slide? Oh, Kirk, sorry, my bad.
I didn't think they could.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, there was this, there's a slide that I've been thinking about all weekend, and it shows revenue and geo bonds together over the next 5 years. And to John's point, everybody that I talk to just feels tapped out. And when I look at this, it's like, hey, utility costs are going to go through the roof. Or we look at what the geo is going to do, so that's going to be, some level of a tax. What's the story to tell normal residents in town who feel just feel like they don't have anything left to give in terms of taxes for the city?
Well, you can tell them all sorts of things. I would say that chart, though, doesn't answer that question. That chart is, we have been anticipating those items, right? So that chart there, even though it shows those debt payments, right, that chart is premised on, a flat mill rate and 3% growth. Now, lots of the complaints I hear about from the community is over the last 5 years, my valuation has gone up, much more than 3% a year. It's been going up 9, 12, 14%. Well, if valuations go up 9, 14, 12%, these other charts, scenario 2, completely goes away, right? And we have, those possibilities. Same with those utility bills. We have been raising utility rates, and we plan to raise utility rates, and we've saved the money to help pay for those, so we didn't keep utility rates low, keep utility rates low, keep utility rates low, raise them by 50%. We've been planning for this for 5 years as part of that. So that chart doesn't tell you what the rates are, that tells you what the expenditures are, and we've been saving up for that. So for example, we have $33 million in the GO account we've been saving up to make those payments. That chart does not reflect that. Now, so your question of, do people feel tapped out? I think that's a great question. That's an answer. I'm just saying that chart is not, that doesn't answer that question.
Really representative of all that.
Yeah. No, I mean, you remember when I guys told you in the retreat, I think if there's ever going to be a year where we're going to do like a revenue neutral budget, something that gives some relief to people in town, it has to be this year. Like 5 years of just this. Like, when is it our responsibility to also just like not look at it as like infrastructure improvement, but also say like, hey, what can we do to make sure that the living quality of people in this town is actually better?
Well, we're going to have that discussion here we start next week. We start next week, and then we'll do it in April, we'll do it in May, we'll do it in June, we'll do it in July, we'll do it in August, and we're going to make those decisions. And you'll get to be part of those discussions about what, do we lower the mill rate and not give our employees raises? Do we not build a fire station? Do we eliminate 5 police officers? Do we spend more money? I mean, those are all the discussions we're going to have.
Yep.
So we get to join that. I just say it's not the discussion we're having
right now,
approving the bonds.
No, I get that.
And we're going to have lots of time. And it starts next week. For those who want to come back, we're going to be talking about the budget next week and giving direction on in general what we want to do, and then we'll have budgets coming back to us later. So that the budget starts next week. So get ready. It'll be fun.
We'll be here.
Yeah, we'll be here.
I will not be here.
Well, you'll have other
That's all
chances.
right. I'm going to meet with staff.
You'll have other chances. Other comments?
Quite sure.
Yeah, no, I do appreciate the presentation, and I think what staff was able to do in communication with community and with commission was to help kind of bring a little bit of less fog to a very complex case. This is not a 10-piece jigsaw puzzle. We're dealing with millions of pieces, and I always joke that I got to be in my government budget class for my MPA program. I didn't go to KU, but I did go to an even better school at UMKC. I digress. But still understanding there are complexities to municipal budgets, and that every municipality has through lines of how they do it. Some do it a little bit more differently than others. And as long as we're doing it the way that we know that if we're communicating that to folks, I'm happy with that. And I've shared that many times with staff under multiple different finance directors, whether if it was Jeremy or now with Rochelle. So, this is difficult work, and explaining my personal budget is different than explaining a budget for a community of 100,000 with a CIP budget of 400 million. So I do get that. I do appreciate what the mayor stated about, in regards to the vice mayor's question about, is it the plan before the money or the money before the plan? And, I've shared that several times, that I don't chase money. You have to have the plan in place so that you can do it. And we do have those plans in place. We have our strategic plan, which was, again, we're starting it again. That is a community process. We have our CIP, which is engaged with staff, commission, community. We have asset management, again, which is our guardrails to say, hey, this is getting a little close to end of life. What do you want to do with this? Or what do we need to do with this? So these are all the different pieces to the plan, or at least these are all the different pieces that influence how we make a decision. And so my question, not only to myself, to the commission, and also to the community, is if we need to dig in deeper to help the community understand its voice and its impact in its strategic plan, in the CIP, and asset management, I do believe staff is here to do it. I don't think we need to command staff. We don't need to authorize or give staff the direction to do that. They are doing it. And if we need to ramp it up, we can ramp it up. But we do have plans that are informing the work that we do. And we do it every year. And so that'll be, and we'll have that, like the mayor said, that we'll start that next week. So I do appreciate that. And I do want us, as we continue to have these conversations, I really want us to be careful that we don't turn inflammatory language into dog whistles. I want us to be able, if we're going to talk about something, to talk about it on face value. No inflammatory language, no dog whistles. So that starts here with us. So I just want us to be mindful of that. I mean, we're not going to get into that. That's a whole nother thing. And then my last thing, I think the biggest thing that I would like for us as a commission, as well as for a community to understand, is that we've talked about for the last few years, as it relates to the strategic plan, our levels of service. And that we've laid out the different levels of service and how we inform our budget, whether we do balancing act. No, it is not a perfect model, but it gives you a look and a way to participate into the understanding of how we make the decisions based on, informed on what we hear from the community and from staff. And so I've leaned into that, and in conversations that I have with folks in the community, to lean into the understanding of the levels of service. If you don't want to do balancing act, don't do balancing act. But what I want you to do is look at the levels of service. The levels of service tells you what we can do. You've heard me say it a lot of times. Today's price is not yesterday's price. So as we understand the things, the externalities that we don't have control over, looking at the level of service, that informs us on what is it that you want, and what is it that we're willing to pay for, and how do we balance that out? Because if we're wanting a level 5 of one thing, again, we're going to have to pull it from somewhere else. If it's not an increase in mill, if it's not somewhere else, not that none of this is intentional that we want to raise people's taxes, because we all pay taxes in here. But I want the community to become more intimate in the levels of service, and to, as you discuss and as we go through the budget season and the budget process, to identify what things that you care about and the things that you believe in as it relates to the level of service that you want to see. Because then that will help us reconcile and to at least take a little bit of the difficulty, narrow the margin of difficulty in what it is that we need to do in voting on next year's budget. So that was my piece. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Devos?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, I'd look for a motion.
I guess I'll do it. You can always motion even if you don't want to vote for something. Move to adopt on first reading ordinance number 10201.
A second?
So if I vote against this, what happens?
Well, I don't know what
Okay,
if there's three
so
against.
I can't quite tell, but I want to make sure that we're clear on
You
this.
can't not vote on it, Mike.
I rescind my motion.
I mean, I guess I'm still concerned that we have a lot of angst over this, and we're this far along. And I know it's like coming in as new commissioner. I'm concerned about, spending money. I have managed the city through a depression in 2008. I know what it's like to try to save money and not raise taxes. I'm pretty good at it, but I'm really concerned about some of the noise I'm hearing today, which is we don't have enough money, we shouldn't spend this money, and we aren't fiscally conservative enough for the community, and that we aren't, really managing their money well. And that brings me pause. I brought into this project after it was already rolling. I had a lot of concerns about it. I tried to keep my concerns to investigative and learning from the staff members and the people around me to see what the need was. I, again, wasn't convinced of the need, but the process was underway, and I realized if I uprooted that process, it would cause the city undue financial crisis at some point. So I guess where I'm at is, I finally get a chance to maybe vote for something I'm not so certain about, but then it puts us in a fiscally bad situation, and I feel like my duty is to vote for what's the best interest in the city, not what I feel like is a financially good or bad decision. And so I'm struggling with that right now because of all the things that have come up, and this has been something I've been caring about for a long time. And when people are making these comments and statements, it makes me wonder exactly how we're going to function if we can't bond and and fund our city. So that's a question I'm going to give the commissioners, because if we're going to talk about this seriously of not doing it, then we need to be prepared for the ramifications of not doing it.
Well, I really don't want to get too deep into the practices that we are and we aren't doing. But as a previous finance director for multiple cities, finance director and CFO, the biggest concern that I have, again, at the end of the day, we can raise utility rates and we can raise taxes. We won't default. We won't default, everybody. The big concern is whether or not we're going to have to raise taxes to avoid defaulting or raise utility rates. And in that process, pricing our folks out of the town, right?
I think the rate models include these kind of prognostications at a very low level of increases.
Well, so my overarching concern is I feel like I know municipal finance real well. And
Okay, so my question is, what happens if three of us vote against this?
I will not I'll tell you what, I would prefer not to vote against it, but if you vote against it and I'll wait because you're uncomfortable, I will vote in favor of it because we have to go to permanent financing.
That's kind of where I'm at. Is I know we are in a tough situation, but you raise these questions and I'm not going to ignore them, and I'm concerned.
I really appreciate that you did. Please know that. Please know that.
I'm also weighing, I've been thinking about this several years, many years. When I first came on, the MSO was already down the road.
Yeah.
At this exact point, actually, the first phase, just so you understand.
Yeah.
It's no fun coming along when everybody else has done all the planning and the partying, and you got to show up and eat what's there. It's no fun. But, I've done that for a couple years now, and I've tried to understand how to best manage as a group and as a dynamic, and I'm trying to understand how I can assert my feelings, authority as well as a commissioner without upending the financial future of our community. So for me, it's really about, hey, I feel the same way, but I had to vote to do something in order to get something done, and I think that's kind of where I'm at today. And so what I'm telling you is, you piqued my interest, and I appreciate your insight, but I also take very seriously these accusations you make, like we failing audits. I mean, if I've never seen that, I guess what you're saying is you don't trust the financial wherewithal of the city.
Our last audit was good.
Yeah.
Right? I'm flying blind.
Yeah.
I literally do this for a living,
Sure.
and I don't know what our financial situation is. I haven't seen
I think
cash.
that's by design. Most city commissioners don't get that deep in the woods. It's kind of our job.
That's not true, sir.
Well, I'm just telling you, as far as financing, we have our certain, you may have those skill sets, but my point is we have professional people that it's their job to manage that daily. And so what I'm saying is you're questioning whether or not we are managing the dollars. That makes me uncomfortable.
Because how do we know? And by the way, yes, you should be seeing an income statement or revenue and expense report every month. We don't see one. I'm working with staff to get it done. The city of our size, right? We should be seeing cash every day or every month, and we're not seeing that.
We should?
Yes, we should.
See cash flow every day?
Every month.
Okay.
And I've been telling you I've been working with them on that because I'm not trying to highlight where we're failing. I just want us to move forward, right? So I'm flying blind. What I am trying to say is that I do this for a living. I've done it in multiple states, multiple cities, different sizes. We all know that. So I would think I'm glad it gave you pause. I'm glad it gave you pause. And the reality is, if I'm saying I'm concerned, I know that we won't default on our debt. I know that. But we're making significant decisions without having a whole lot of knowledge of data. We can't. Our job, if you look at an independent audit, when it talks about addressing management, it's not staff. We're management. We are the last ones, right? We have fiscal oversight responsibilities.
I understand. That's why
Right?
we're having this conversation about whether or not we're going to issue these bonds.
We don't have a choice.
Okay. That's why I want to make sure I understood.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
I really mean that.
I do too,
don't have a
Commissioner
choice.
Dever. I really, honest to God, do. I am grateful that it at least gave you pause. Guys, we haven't been perfect. We will never, ever be perfect, but we certainly can be better. And asking the questions will really help. We've been rubber stamping a lot of debt. All we have to do is ask the question, not saying anything other than let's get a little more information.
Okay, so I will say this before I read the motion, that again, inflammatory language. Nobody up here has agreed, and when asked, have they been rubber stamping anything? So as a fellow commissioner, I would hope you would give us all the grace and dignity as we give each other week after week, not to use inflammatory language like that, because just because one person shared with a discussion with us as a whole that they had pause tonight does not mean at any point that any of us ever have pause. So as you've done finance work, I've done finance work, and I've been on this commission, and I've gone through the traverse of this budget with our first finance director, with our second finance director. So has there been concerns that I've had with our budget through the last 4.5, 5 years? Of course. Have I asked those questions? I have. Have I had those discussions with staff? I have. I may not have necessarily had them here on the dais, but I have had them with staff. And I continue to have them with staff when I have concerns. And then I share those concerns on the dais. That is my process. That is a process that I feel comfortable with and that I have made. That is my relationship with staff. So I do want us to be careful, again, with the narratives and the language that we use around what previous commissions have done as it relates to how we've addressed our finances. We knew when we started this process that this would be a very difficult process. But we looked at the CIP. We looked at what the community has said. And we listen to what the community says going on. There are things, as I said, internal and external controls that play into what we do that we do not have control over, whether it's talking about housing, homelessness, property tax, street maintenance, the environment, all of these things. And as someone who has been in financial situations, who have worked in other communities, I would hope you would also understand that and bring that to the decision-making process that you make, that you know that there are concerns and there are externalities that come into play that you don't have control over. And I appreciate you sharing your perspective and the different processes that you have utilized, and that has been informative not only to this commission, but it's also been informative to this staff. At the end of the day, we are the governing body that comes together and makes those decisions. So if it is the will of this commission as we move forward and we start next week, the conversation for the 2027 budget, that we will have those discussions and we can talk about it. Because again, we are at the crest. We have done the lift. Staff has done the lift. We approved that lift. Now we're on the backside of it. So whatever that looks like on the backside, we can have that conversation. And it's going to look a little bit easier for us to have it on the back end than it was on the front end. Because it wasn't just the staff that had to feel it. We, in the community that had to feel it, we all felt it too. So I just want us to understand, and I hope that we as a governing body can truly get to the point that just because someone shares something externally does not mean that they're not having concerns about it internally. But yes, we are doing the work. We are conversing with staff. We are having those questions with staff. Just because it's not happening on YouTube in real time doesn't mean it's not happening. And I'd be damned if anyone else accuses me of rubber stamping something as if I don't have a mind and intellect to do the work. I do the work every day. We're a part-time commission, but we have full-time responsibilities. And I damn sure put my work, blood, sweat, and tears into it week after week. With that said, move to adopt on first reading ordinance number 10201.
Is there a second? I'll second it. There's a motion by Commissioner Sellers, a second by Mayor Finkeldine to adopt ordinance number 10201. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
Wait, so what's the count?
3.
3.
Mayor, can we do a roll call vote?
Sorry.
Great.
Do a roll call vote. Sherry, will you do that?
Sure. Mayor?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Opposed?
Commissioner Dever? I'm going in the order it's on my screen. If you want me to go in a different order, I can, but
You're fine.
I didn't hear a response.
I didn't say.
Okay.
Aye.
Commissioner Polian?
Opposed?
Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
Passes 3-2. So motion on agenda item number 2.
Move to adopt resolution number 7647.
And I will second that. There's a motion by Commissioner Sellers, a second by Mayor Finkeldine to adopt resolution 7647. I guess we might as well do a roll call again.
Mayor Finkeldine?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Courtney?
Opposed?
Commissioner Dever?
Aye.
Commissioner Polian?
Opposed?
Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
Okay, passes 3-2. Why don't we take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back on item number 3. What?
We have 12.
12. Okay. We will bring us back, and we are moving on to regular agenda item number 3, which is to receive a community building update.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. Thank you for having us tonight. My name is Lindsay Hart. I'm the Interim Director for Parks, Recreation, and Culture. And we have 3 presentations tonight. The first one will be a community building update. I will share my screen. Oh. Okay, so just a quick review of what we'll go through, a history overview of where we were at with the community building through the budget process. Would like to discuss the safety, security, and accessibility concerns, and then we'll talk through current programming, the visitation data that we collected over the last few months, and discuss our current operations. So to start throughout the 2026 budget process, the PRC budget general fund is approximately $18 million. So through the budget process, we took a department reduction of $1.8 million, which was about a 10% cut based on guidance from Balancing Act results and different direction from the city manager. So PRC used a combination of fees and expense reductions to avoid further budget reductions. And the 2026 budget was adopted in September. And then this past December of 2025, the City Commission directed staff to operate the community building for a 3-month trial period, keeping it open to the public at no charge. So we're here tonight to talk to you and give you an update on how that went. Again, just kind of a review of the budget proposal. The rec facility management budget is where the community building budget lies, and that was through the Balancing Act, put in Tier 3, which recommended about a 13% reduction for that budget. So that led us to look at the community building for a $50,000 part-time staffing reduction. And again, that's where we had to take out the part-time staff and propose that we would open the community building for programming only to work within that reduced staffing. So the community building is not included as part of the new membership fee program, mainly because it can't support the membership model due to logistical challenges with the layout, building ADA, and access and security concerns. So to go through those security concerns, it boils down to the north entrance is not ADA accessible, so it only has stairs. So that leaves the south entrance as our only ADA accessible entry with the elevator. However, the issues arise with it's not visible from the front desk, so our staff can't see who's coming in the back door. It allows undetected entry, so many times we do not know who's entering the building from that back entrance. And then, what we've been doing, and I'll get to this, I'll explain it here a little bit further, but it's currently controlled by a locked door with a Ring doorbell. And so looking at solutions to the community building ADA and security concerns, the short-term solution for this year that we're working on currently is constructing a permanent exterior ramp at the north entrance. And so that is approximately $150,000. And so we've worked with MSO and provided our own funding, so $75,000 from the PRC budget, $75,000 from the ADA general fund, and we're trying to work together to see if we can get a ramp put in, which we feel is a first step and a short-term solution. And so available funding from the PRC budget, we pulled from, it was strategically directed based on currently priorities, so we pulled from our building maintenance budget for the $75,000. So the long-term solution is a CIP project that is currently unfunded. It's listed as $990,000. That's an estimate right now. We're estimating it might be higher. But that would be to look at more permanent fixes, which would move an elevator to the north end so we can control and have that ADA access through the front entrance, and then looks at the overall building ADA and safety concerns. So we wanted to talk through current programs just to show what we are doing in that building and what it looks like with current programming. So this is a list of PRC programs that we currently provide. And so a range of recreational programs, including dance, fitness, youth, basketball. We do have personal training. We have our unified lifelong programs take place mostly in this facility. We also have summer camps, winter spring break camps, specialty camps, and then we do a lot of facility reservations. So we get everything from basketball, scout meetings, birthday parties, baby showers. People rent that building for various uses. And then as well is the drop-in use that we have left open for free that we've been monitoring the last few months. So that would be drop-in use for the gym, the weight room, and the cardio room. And then we also do have office staff that serve out of, their offices are in that building, and they work for the entire department for various functions. And so this is just a snapshot of current programs, the numbers. So everything that I just mentioned, this just kind of shows you what the numbers look like. And again, this is not the drop-in use. This is just programmed PRC programs or the rentals. And then just showing you that even if the building is not open to the public for drop-in use, these programs would still take place at the community building. So as you can see, we get quite a bit of use, quite a bit of classes, reservations, leagues, and things like that. And you can just see kind of the total number of hours and participants. And that's a list of unique participants. So that's a number of people, but however many classes they have or however many times they're coming in for their program expands from there. So the visitation data, and again, this was a 3-month trial period. Unfortunately, due to the timing of this meeting, we were really only able to gather data for just about 2 months. So not quite the full 3-month, but we're showing you what we can with the data that we gathered. And so as you can see, comparing 2025 to 2026, as we've mentioned before, up until this year, we were not very diligent about gathering the data, the visitation data. But we did have the access cards, and from the data that we have, in 2025, between January 5th and February 25th, we had 1,050 access card scans. And then, so that is compared to 2026. This past few months, we have 2,527. One thing I want to mention with this data was interesting. We were able to take a look at, of the 25-27, 838 of those visitors have a paid membership to the rec centers. So they have paid to have the membership, but they also visited the community building. So 1,689 of those people just had the free community building pass. So that gives us a little bit of a further breakdown to kind of understand is who's coming wanting to use the free pass, and then the other 838 are still willing to pay and still using our other facilities, but they are also utilizing the community building. And then we wanted to track the youth visitation, which is something that we've discussed throughout this process. And the average visitation for Monday through Friday, excluding Wednesdays, was about 5 per day. And that's about what we had tracked last summer when we reported this. We had mentioned it was anywhere, from staff viewpoint, was about 1 to 5 a day. So now that we have true numbers to track, it averaged out about 5 per day, and on Wednesdays it was 10 per day. And this number is down from what we reported last summer, which was about 15 per day, as what we had been tracking last summer. So our current operations, we're offering the community building free to Douglas County residents, which is what we had always done previously. And the one thing we changed was we did require everybody to sign up for an access card. And so even though it's free, they now have that free community building membership, so that we were able to better track the visitation and understand community use. And so, as I mentioned earlier, for security and safety, what we ended up doing was locking both the front and the back door, and then installing a Ring doorbell. And for ADA reasons, we couldn't lock one door but leave the other one open, and so we had to do all or nothing. And so really logistically, the best way that we can control access was to keep it locked. And so currently, if someone wants to enter the building, they ring the doorbell, and then our front desk staff will go let them in. And so obviously, it's a quick run to the front door that takes them, an extra minute to get over to the back door and go down the elevator, let them in, and then bring them back up. And so that is a current concern of ours, is the safety of our staff using the back entrance. And and I think, I'll go back to, if you see this picture, this photo is showing you the viewpoint from the elevator. So this is what our staff, they come out of the elevator and then they'll let the individual in. But, there's concerns at night where it's dark and, now they're having to let someone in, get in an elevator, and then go back up and take them to the front desk to check in. And so we're working through that, but that's currently what our operations are. And so the logistics of that is something that, we're continuing to tweak, but it is a concern with the way that this is currently operating. And with that, I will open it up for questions.
Okay, questions?
Yeah, so you said it's 1689. That's the number of people who didn't pay rec center fees that were using the center, right?
Correct.
Okay, cool. So that's
And that's total visitation, so it's not unique.
Yep.
It's total visitation numbers.
Gotcha.
I want to clarify that as well.
In terms of that ADA thing that you mentioned about at nighttime, I mean, is there any, not to close like this specific ADA one, but like, could that be restricted to more like business hours time where it'd be maybe safer for people so they don't, they don't have to go in the deck in the back to let somebody in the elevator, or is that like a big no-no?
Well, because of ADA,
It has to be?
It has to be all or nothing, and so, yeah, that's the only way. The only other option would be to keep the doors unlocked at night, but then again, now we're allowing unrestricted access through the back door that we're not monitoring. And so, again, for tracking data purposes, we want to keep an eye on that, but also for security, we'd prefer that.
100%. Yep. And then let's say we did this for another 3 months. How much would that cost?
So the original estimate was that the commission, reinstated was $13,000, but that we had to change our numbers a little bit because of these logistics. And so again, when we originally gave those numbers, it was the way we used to operate. But then once we locked the door, now we needed extra staff at different times. And so for the rest of the year, we estimated it would be $56,000 needed. And so a total of $69,000 for a full year at this rate. And so I think for another 3 months, I think that instead of the 13, it would be closer to 17 or 18 needed in another 3-month period.
Okay.
Do you have a pretty good grasp of the numbers from last year? I know when you gave your presentation, you talked about us not keeping track just because at the sports pavilion, but here, would you say there's a similar possibility that there's more people that were there we just maybe didn't scan or see, and so could these be a little bit skewed? I just was curious, or were you pretty certain because it's smaller that it's easier to manage?
Yeah, it's smaller, but unfortunately, because of the backdoor issue, I feel like it was even more unreliable with our data because I think a lot of people were coming in the back door that we never
Okay, cool. So there may
saw
be
or
less
tracked.
of a difference, but there's still a fairly substantial difference.
There's definitely a substantial difference seeing that on paper, but yeah, it's hard to tell since we just weren't able to track as diligently as we do now. Sure.
And if you will, I think I know the answer to this, but just to be clear, if you were coming to, come to an event, the Boy Scouts rent a room and a Boy Scout walks in, they don't scan, they don't count in that number.
Correct. So we track that differently. The slide with the orange numbers, we track those. So every program, every rental, every enrollment, we're tracking those people as they come in, but they're not scanning. So the visitation numbers I shared are just people scanning to come in for the drop-in, gym, the weight room, or the cardio.
That's what I wanted to be clear of.
Yeah.
Can I do my PowerPoint? That's a joke.
Yeah.
No, I mean, for me, I mean, it definitely looks like there's a need in the community for a free rec center. Just like kind of doing the quick numbers. I mean, 66% of the people who are accessing the community building are ones that are doing it for free. So that's interesting for me. And out of that 838, that's, one of those is me. Yeah, I mean, so for us as a body, are we voting or any motions tonight to be able to extend this going forward? And so, also, one of the things, Lindsay, you'd mentioned is like a question from the commission on, hey, where did the money come from for this, 18K stuff like that? Could we use some of the the spectator fees that we're getting from SPL? Would that be an account we could use for this, or is that already allocated?
It's my understanding, I mean, that comes in as a revenue, and so we currently don't have expense budgeted for this. So I don't believe we can pull the revenue in because that's already tied into a goal that we've used to cover the 1.8 million that we had to cut this year. And so I can't pull from that because then it still leaves that gap of the 56,000 that we would need to cover somewhere else.
Same with the rec center fees?
All of it, yeah.
Gotcha, okay.
Okay, other questions? We'll come back to discussion first. Make sure we have any questions before I open it up to public comment, then I'll bring it back to discussion. Anyone? Okay, seeing no questions, we'll stay tuned. I'm sure we'll have more. I will open this to public comment. We member of the public like to speak on this item? Seeing none, how about online?
Yes. Jill, if you'd like to provide public comment, you're going to need to accept my request to join. So we just
Okay.
have one hand raised, and she's declined
Okay,
my ability to promote her, so.
yep, sounds good.
So that was the only one.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission for discussion. Or questions. I guess my question is, one possibility is obviously what we did last time, which is fund balance. The other would be suggest some other cut to you.
Right.
Those are the two options I know of. Okay. Sounds good. Okay. Comments, discussions?
So, I mean, in terms of that discussion, is that something in the next 2 weeks we can figure out and have it on the agenda in 2 weeks? Or do you want to do something right now?
Well, I'll look at the, I mean, I think we can give direction on that. And I don't know if it has to be bring it back for another vote if we give direction, I don't know. Casey's jumping on.
I guess I would ask Lindsay, as far as operationally, lead time of what you all need if we're not doing it to go back. But if your question is, when would we amend the budget to increase our expenditure authority? Is that your question? I'd have to talk with Ally and our budget team to figure out, we have to have a hearing and schedule the hearing and do all of those things. But am I getting at your question?
Yeah.
Ms. Toomey, when you were talking about changing the budget authority, having the hearing, et cetera, what is the city's practice in terms of mid-year budget increases? Do you actually hold your hearing and do it? I'm used to, but I don't know if you guys do something different. Do you do every time you want to make an adjustment, or do you just kind of compile them and wait until the end of the year?
We've done both. It depends on, sorry, I'm totally blanking.
No, that's okay.
If we do quarterly budget adjustments, where we talk about kind of shifting things around within, if we actually have to increase our spending authority, then we would do a hearing. Like, we're getting ready to do that for our TGT fund, where we have revenue that we didn't anticipate because when we adopted the budget, we didn't have the higher TGT rate in place. Now that is in place, we're going to have additional revenue that wasn't anticipated, so we'll have to amend our budget in order to have the spending authority to spend those additional proceeds.
Okay, it's not super relevant by any means, but it is an extra administrative step, so I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Other comments, suggestions?
I'd like to maybe keep checking, pay maybe 3 months worth of data, come back then. I mean, that's statistically better if we have a little larger sample size, and maybe we can formulate a real cost and then talk more about the ADA compliance, because I think that's the most important thing to me, is getting at least a better solution to that, especially the dark elevator ride up. It's kind of it's ominous for me if I was the front desk person. So, yeah, I don't know. It just seems like something we should keep looking at for a little bit before we make a decision. But I like the results, and thanks for the data. And it's got about $7 a person. When I was talking, I mean, when you think about the value that we're getting for people to use that, seems like a pretty good investment. So, I don't know.
One random question. We were talking about the farmers market a couple weeks back, and we were talking about the community building. Have you guys had any discussions thinking about that since the meeting? I mean, I totally understand if not. It was like a couple weeks ago, but just curious.
No, that's fine. And we're just starting to meet with the consultants for the next step of the farmers market study to look at the site location for South Park. And that was a question that they had asked us, if we want to include the community building as part of this discussion. And so I think we're definitely open to that concept. And I know part of the discussion that came up was, can they come and lease space and use part of the community building? We can have that discussion now. Right now we're a rental facility. We can always look into that. So I don't know if it necessarily has to be connected to building a new pavilion. So we can start that conversation. And if that's where they want to look into that, we already have, I think, things in place where if we had someone interested in using the space, we're open to that conversation.
Thank you very, very much for the data. Safety and security first. I think all know that. So, but thank you.
I guess I would say, I'm, genuinely willing to, see if we can keep making this work. Understanding you have operational issues that, I want you to make the right operational decisions at the same time as at least I'm okay, and I think, using fund balance, not making some other cut, to continue funding this for 3 more months, see how it goes, see how the operational changes go. And again, if you have to make operational changes, I'll support you on those. But, generally speaking, I think it's a good step forward. Other comments, or what do you need from us? Anything else from us? It's a...
No, I'm clear with that. We are able to do this. We can extend it 3 months, just as long as there's funding. Otherwise, we'd have to go back to our original plan April 1st. So if that's the direction, then we can give it another 3 months and continue to track the data and plan to come back.
Do you want a motion for that? Would you prefer a motion?
That would be good.
And I'm sorry, I can't hear very well. You all said spin down fund balance to do it.
Yeah.
In the amount of?
17,000.
Motion to spend $17,000 on the community building extension for the next 3 months.
Out of fund balance.
Out of fund balance. Thank you.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, a second by Commissioner Pulliam. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Nay.
Opposed? Nay. Passes 4-1. Okay. Lindsay did not go very far. Item number 4, which is the sponsorship policy.
Thank you, Porter. Okay, well, welcome again. So the next presentation is just a review of our current sponsorship policy, and just we wanted to provide you an update of our current practices and how we currently handle sponsorships, and then some guidance that we received through our master plan. So the current policy that we follow was approved back in March of 2017. It established a framework for accepting monetary and in-kind sponsorships, and the purpose was to supplement city resources while protecting public purpose and community trust. Sponsorships provide financial or in-kind support in exchange for recognition. That recognition may include sponsor name or logo. And having a policy balances that revenue generation and also preserving public spaces. And it has an emphasis on maintaining community values and public trust. So the way the current policy is set up, when it comes to naming rights and approval thresholds, naming rights are allowed but require higher scrutiny, and so there would be additional review due to the visibility and long-term implications. And so City Commission approval would be required for any naming rights sponsorships, and then agreements longer than 5 years or sponsorships generating $25,000 or more annually. Then at the city manager and department director level, we have the authority to apply and approve smaller sponsorships within defined dollar term limits, and then that allows for flexibility for routine and short-term sponsorship opportunities that can be handled through the director or the city manager. So current sponsorships, what we manage right now is at Sports Pavilion Lawrence, and you can see the photos on this page show you some examples of what we currently have out there today. We offer sponsorships for scoreboard signs, banners, wall plaques, and then court pop-up banners, which is the Freddies that you can see in the middle picture on the bottom. And those are pretty popular, actually. They're starting to fill up. We generate, in the past, it's actually been typically $15,000 to $20,000 annually, but just at the end of 25, our numbers came through at about 30,000, and the way it's looking for this year, we should be closer to 32,000 for sponsorships at SPL. And then Eagle Bend Golf Course also offers whole sponsorships, and those typically generate approximately 15,000 to 20,000 annually. And new this year, we got new golf carts that have a GIS system with a screen on it, and so we have new sponsorship opportunities available that we're already working on and selling, and we're hoping to bring in an additional 20,000 from just the golf cart sponsorships alone this year. And then another current sponsorship agreement that we finalized last year was with LMH, and it's an initial 5-year term with 5 optional 1-year renewals, and it will generate $15,500 annually. And that demonstrates continued partner interest in city facilities and programs, which they have been a partner with us for quite some time. And so finally, with our master plan that was approved back in 2025, we just wanted to share some of the guidance that we received regarding sponsorships. So obviously, it identifies sponsorships and partnerships as key to our financial sustainability. It responds to increasing operational demands and funding constraints, and it emphasizes diversifying revenue sources beyond traditional funding. And one thing that we've mentioned a few times is that, and it did come through with the master plan, is that they recommend a dedicated business development position for PRC to work on all these fundraising efforts. So when we talk about sponsorships, even foundations, things like that, that is something that we would look to, we would really need a true business development position to handle a lot of these efforts. And they would focus on the fundraising, sponsorships, grant opportunities. And obviously, just the point is to have a proactive, strategic approach, someone who, is an expert in relationship building and really work to, network and have that outreach. And with that, I will open it up for questions.
Okay. I have a couple questions, and I'm sure others do as well. So who currently, is it spread out amongst members who go find sponsorships, or how's that done now?
Yeah, currently our staff handle it. So out at SPL right now, it's our facility supervisor who manages the program, and I can say we're I don't know how much we're going out, knocking on doors, asking for them, but I think a lot of it is coming to us. And so people starting to see the banners, starting to see the signs, and, I think we're very lucky that people are interested in wanting to, do some advertising within SPL. I know at Eagle Bend, it's the same situation. I think we have a lot of return sponsors, but we did hire a new assistant golf pro who is actually dedicating some time to going out and actually trying to recruit new sponsors. And so right now it's just current staff. We're doing what we can with what we have, with our limited resources with staff availability.
And have we ever had any interest in any of the other buildings, or is it just SPL and golf?
We have it available. So when I know, and in fact, a few years ago, we started an effort and then just unfortunately didn't have the staff time or resources to take it much further. But we do have pricing and we have a system set up for all the rec centers. And whenever somebody reaches out, which is typically at SPL, we do let them know that we have available space at the other rec centers if they're interested. And another opportunity we do have available is out at the YSC complex. We do offer field banners, and I think we had one a couple years ago, and it just didn't gain momentum.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think in other communities, I've seen a lot more banners than ours. And
yeah, it's on our radar. It's something that we know can be built into a bigger program.
Okay, other questions?
Yeah, I mean, you think about when you're driving around in the county and there's like a sign that says, this next mile sponsored by Family the Mowing or something like that. I mean, is there any restrictions on what we couldn't have a sign near? I mean, if someone wanted to do the weight room at the community building or the court, or, I don't know, somebody who's like a janitorial service wanted to do the bathroom or something like that, like, is there any restrictions on what we couldn't sponsor?
I think within our own facilities, there's no restrictions. If you're talking streets and roadways, I'm sure there's regulations, with the county and things like that. But yeah, I mean, we're open to ideas and opportunities. And again, that's where we've tried things in the past. I think we have, we have a good baseline put together. We just need the resources to really push it further.
And yeah, one of the questions, I asked about the job rec and stuff like that. And so this person, though, for you, this would be somebody who rolls up to PRC. It wouldn't be a city position that could go across multiple orgs.
I mean, correct. As far as what, we received from the master plan guidance and then, research that I've done regarding staff who handle foundations and, fundraising efforts, it's typically, it would be a PRC position, and that would be their full-time focus.
And I'm not sure I support this or not, but has there been consideration of, I've seen it done where you contract that out on a contingency fee basis?
Mm-hmm. I believe this may have been looked at possibly when SPL opened, I think about 10 years ago. I think we did that. I wasn't here, but I'm looking at anybody who may have been here. That's definitely a possibility. And so that's something to look at versus hiring staff. It all depends on, how big we're wanting to go. I think if we're wanting to wrap this position into other things, since we're talking about foundations and these are things that we're starting to research, it would make sense to have it be a staff person that could do multiple things. But I know it is possible to contract out someone to bring in sponsorships.
And just question thinking about the funds and stuff like that from our last discussion. So if we made revenue with fees and with all the stuff this year, could that be used in the next year to hire somebody? Or is that still two pots of?
Through the budget process, we would request a new position that would need to be, funded through the general fund. And then again, I know revenues come in separately. So I don't know if that's actually.
Yeah,
because I think this person could pay for themselves if they were going out there.
Just a rule of thumb, we let them keep revenue, like when we're evaluating positions. So when we did our budget work in the last couple of years, initially it was like, well, if we cut this position, then we're going to lose all this revenue. I said, well, No, you net it out. So I would suggest this is the same sort of thing. Now, this is a type of thing where you should be seeing multiple times salary
Right.
in what they're bringing in. So those would definitely be considerations for doing more if we can do it. You just have to count on the revenue. And so it's both sides of the balance sheet we're going to hold everybody accountable to.
And I think, I think part of what you're asking is, here, when we start the budget process, like, Lindsay's going to use the fees we've generated so far from volleyball, and, from SPL, and estimate
What
next year.
Yeah.
And if we're estimating it higher than we are this year, then that gives us money to do something with.
Right.
If we estimate it lower, then that's a problem. If we estimate it at the same, so we'll be using the information we've garnered these first 3 or 4, 5, 6 months and continue to adjust that as we get into the budget process, and we'll see those as we go through that.
Correct.
Well, Craig, you picked up your microphone when we were
Yeah.
talking about using
It's
somebody.
just still strange to be the voice of history here, but when I did first get here, we were looking seriously at it. And I think the firms that were coming to give us proposals were at like 50%.
Yeah.
And it was a really hard pill to swallow. We weren't in the same maybe physical circumstance that we are now, but even then it was hard money to spend. I will say in past other places we've done this, and you really want to get a sense of your asset. What do you have to offer? And those can be evaluated. So these, there are companies, private companies, that can evaluate what are the assets, whether it's a fence at the ballpark, or it's a wall someplace, or it's putting a logo on public safety vehicles. Those are all assets that can be estimated. Of course, nobody does that for free. So there are companies that do this work, is what I was going to contribute.
Mm-hmm. And I would also say at the time we were doing it, which was just before I think I was coming on the commission, about that time, it never had been done before. So I think a lot of the people were saying this is going to take a lot of work, whereas now that we have some history on that, they have some things to, we might get different proposals now than we did back then, only because of the history.
You mean like attendance figures?
No,
Or-
well, now we know that LMH pays $15,000 a year. Now we know Freddy's is willing to do this. When we were starting this, we had 0 sponsorships, and someone was coming in saying, I'm going to start from scratch. Now we could get different offers on that. I don't know. I think we might. The second thing, I think, at least when I heard, early on, I guess I'd say the more growth we have next to SPL, the more other people might want to sponsor out there, and especially maybe some people who aren't right there. I heard early on, pick a restaurant at 6th and Wakarusa. When SPL opened, they're like, well, why do I need to advertise? This is the only place for them to go. They're going to drive right past me. But they might have a different opinion as we continue to develop that. So, I like the policy. I think the policy is still in place. But I do look forward to seeing if we can, maximize that.
And Lindsay, a question. You had mentioned, what's the Parks and Rec Advisory Board doing on some of this research?
So yeah, and thank you for that question. And that's the last thing that I was going to mention, and we have our next board meeting next Monday night. And I believe there's interest to form a subcommittee to look into fundraising in general. And so I know that they have interest in looking into a foundation, and our recommendation would be that they look at sponsorships too. So we're hoping that they take that, and then they would be bringing it back to the commission for approval. And then we'll at least get that ball rolling and keep that conversation going of all fundraising efforts for PRC.
Fantastic.
Okay, any other comments? Anything else you need from us, Lindsay?
No, thank you.
Okay. let's move to agenda item 5, which is the city percent.
Did we do public comment on this item?
Oh,
Didn't we?
We did on community building.
I don't think we did.
I don't think we did.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought we did.
They're all similar.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, I am sorry about that. Would anyone in the public here today like to speak on the sponsorship policy? Oh, here comes Courtney. You could have waved at me and told me I forgot.
Thank you, Mayor. Courtney Shipley. I did, and I appreciate the background that staff has given, and I do want to remind those of you who've been here long enough that when this did start, staff, and just say in a more clear way than staff did, they didn't hire someone to do marketing and sales. And this is an actual job that businesses do. And at the time, you know, social media was kind of still burgeoning. Facebook was real, but Twitter wasn't real, X wasn't real. These things weren't real. And the person they handed this off to was not trained in social media or sales and marketing. I appreciate the subtle way that staff is saying you have to hire someone to do this. And I guess it doesn't matter if you hire a full-time person or if you hire a consultant, which of course many people in the public are exhausted of. And someone has to actually do the work. Handing it off to people whose primary job and training is facilities and maintenance is not working and has not been working for many years. So in as much as I appreciate the long conversation we had tonight about how we all want to cut taxes and we don't want to pay for anything, you have to pay people to do a job you need them to do. So I just want to throw that out there. Whatever you guys decide, the bottom line is, and anyone in any business, although cities aren't businesses, they're nonprofits, you have to pay people to do a job. And if we want to get these sponsorships, and we want to get people's names on facilities or banners, someone has to be paid to do that work. You can't pass it off to someone whose job training is something completely different and ask them to do extra work.
Okay. Anyone else here? If not, online?
Risa Williams?
Hi, I was just thinking, brainstorming while I'm sitting here listening, and I feel like we have community engagement. We have somebody who has that as their position that we are already paying for. I don't want to add more to the plate of those who are working, but I think in my experience with fundraising, divvying out to those who are already being paid by the city ideally would help save money. I know my kiddos played rec ball, Holcomb, I know the ice field and all that stuff, but the little dirt fields are called, if I remember correctly, A and B. That's opportunity to use names. This new South Park Pavilion, another opportunity. Murals, the indoor track at Rock Chalk, and forgive me if these are already done. The weight room, swimming lanes at the pool. If we are redoing the public park, the public pool, that's an opportunity. The new MCO building, another opportunity. I know we like to name things after former mayors or other people in the community, but I think that these are all good opportunities to fundraise and bring in money for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the comments.
Okay. Back to us. Based on those comments, anything folks want to add? Okay, thank you for both those comments. Okay, that brings us to now, Porter, on the city's percent for public art policy.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Porter Arneal, Assistant Director at Parks, Recreation, and Culture, and also the liaison to the Cultural Arts Commission. I'm happy to be the final talk for the Parks, Recreation, and Culture trifecta tonight. At your request, I'm here tonight to provide an overview of Lawrence's current public art policy and the history of our Percent for Art program, where we've been, where we are now, and an opportunity for where we could go next. This will help in understanding our public art legacy and provide consideration on how we can strengthen it for the future. Please also note that all the photos in this presentation are selections from the city's Percent for Public Art collection. And hang on, I gotta find my... Oh, am I good, Kurt? You jumped in there, I didn't know it. Tonight I'll talk about the Cultural Arts Commission, the Public Art Policy, and the Percent for Art program over the last 40 years. I'll also talk about the public art budget process and the recommendation in the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Master Plan. Linked to the agenda item for your reference are a copy of the list of the city's public art collection, the current public art resolution number 7070, the draft ordinance and public art plan developed by the master plan consultant team, and this presentation. The Lawrence Cultural Arts Commission was established over 50 years ago in December of 1973, originally as the Lawrence Arts Commission. Its charge was clear and forward-thinking: to recommend artworks for city purchase, promote artistic events, present awards for artistic achievement, advise on the community's aesthetic environment, and review plans and proposals related to architecture, public art, and cultural projects. In 1986, the City Commission formally established the Percent for Art program through Resolution 5015. The policy was reaffirmed and refined in 2008 as Resolution 6774, and again in 2014 as the current Resolution 7070. Each of those resolutions states the City Commission may annually set aside, through bond or other normal budgetary procedures, an amount not to exceed 2% of the cost of all capital improvements constructed, acquired, or contracted for construction acquisition during the previous fiscal year for the acquisition, purchase, and installation of art in public places. Capital improvement projects include city buildings and renovations, parking facilities, parks and parkland, and recreational facilities costing more than $10,000 and listed in the annual capital improvement plan. Costs include the contracted or engineer's estimated amount of the city's contribution for public building construction or renovation, including land acquisition in the case of parkland and parking facilities. Art in public places includes visual art or spaces for performance art placed on public property, and public art is selected through established procedures with Cultural Arts Commission oversight and final approval by the City Commission. The first Percent for Art project was completed in 1988. Since 1988, the city has completed 20 projects, which includes 24 artworks and represents a total investment of over $1.3 million. Activity was steady for nearly 2 decades, followed by multi-year gaps, and then renewed in 2022 and 2023. These artworks are part of our everyday landscape. They quietly shape how residents and visitors experience Lawrence, reinforcing our identity as a uniquely artistic and creative community. The annual funding calculation is tied to prior year eligible CIP projects. When the policy was established, the capital improvement plan was handled differently than it is today. Historically, each year, staff reviewed the previous year's approved CIP, identified eligible projects, and presented the findings to the Cultural Arts Commission for recommendation, along with their annual programs for the next year's city budget. More recently, however, the transition to longer-term CIP planning, priority-based budgeting, and internal CIP committee review has added complexity. In addition, the new board and commission policy eliminates board budgetary responsibilities. This results in a less predictable process with limited consistency and long-term planning uncertainty. During the development of the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Master Plan, the consultants conducted extensive community engagement through scheduled one-on-one interviews with art stakeholders, along with the larger community member meetings. Throughout, they heard strong community support for public art. With this, they developed a recommendation to formalize the public art program by advancing the long-standing resolution into an ordinance and adopting a comprehensive public art plan as drafted by the consultants. This would not create something new as much as it would strengthen and clarify what already exists. This approach provides clear program governance and accountability, creates a more predictable and transparent funding framework, and strengthens key performance indicator alignment and outcome tracking. It also improves cross-department coordination, supports better long-term planning and implementation, and strengthens collaboration between Parks and Recreation and Arts and Culture. Moving to an ordinance with a public art plan advances unmistakable identity, improves equitable access to arts and culture, and aligns with these strategic plan commitments: sound fiscal stewardship, equity and inclusion, efficient and effective processes. Intentionally investing in public art ensures that it remains a strategic investment in Lawrence's shared spaces, provides meaningful professional development for opportunities for local artists, and contributes to economic development by reinforcing Lawrence's unmistakable identity. And just leaving this with possible next steps, provide feedback. I'm happy to answer questions. I would recommend that if there is interest in moving forward, it probably would be good to have the Cultural Arts Commission review the draft ordinance and public art plan and make a recommendation back to you all in the future. And I just want a last thought. Moving the current resolution to an ordinance strengthens transparency and supports long-term planning. It ensures public art remains a strategic investment in Lawrence's shared spaces. It expands professional opportunities for local artists and supports economic vitality. This is simply the next step in advancing that commitment. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, questions?
Yeah, I mean, I'll ask the question, from earlier. I think it'd be good for the public. So looking at the 20 items, it looks like the last one used federal transit funds. Has there been any examples in town of public art being partially or entirely funded through donations rather than through a CIP? And then as a corollary to that position we just talked about, which may be like a half foundation person, half, that type of person, could that person also help drum up donations for public art?
So first part of the question, to answer that, the sculpture out here called the Flame, that was actually a donation by the Cultural Arts Commission raised through private donations, but that was not part of the public art program per se that I'm talking about, the Percent for Art. And then, yes, when we had the transit project, we had $80,000 from the CIP initially, and then as that project unfolded, the transit manager at that time decided that he could use some of the funds to help embellish that, which I think was a great result. I mean, it really worked out and really helps the building a lot. Those are the only two examples, per what you were asking about. As far as raising funds for public art, I don't know what the appetite for something like that is, but certainly I think that would be a possibility if that was something we wanted to do.
So if somebody did want to raise funds for that, there's no restriction or anything to do that. I mean, if they were a city employee, that'd be one thing, but could someone donate towards that specifically for public art?
As far as I know, that would be, I mean, just like the example that's out here now, that if a group of people or somebody wanted to just donate for a project, I think we could do that.
Okay, cool.
I believe that's possible. The other thing I would say is, from my experience, if the city doesn't have, an obvious commitment to public art, it's less palatable, I think, for people to donate money, just for awareness.
When trying to read the ordinance to make sure I understand it, but I know historically what we've done is, taking a project and then done public art at the building being built. I know when we had this discussion a couple years ago, there was a discussion about, hey, maybe, if you get a larger sum of money, should we use so much at that building and then do other public art projects in different locations? Does this ordinance as drafted, does it limit either of those possibilities? Does it require it to be at the building in which the money's being spent, or does it allow for more flexibility?
That's a good question. It allows for more flexibility. So the way it's written, it's built off of what we do now. One of the key aspects of what we do now is, one, it's a resolution. and two, it has the word may in it, may set aside up to 2%. An ordinance actually formalizes that, and what I've seen with most cities, if you don't do it by ordinance, it happens sporadically at best. So that's the big debate about ordinance versus other policies. To answer your question, right now, the CIP is determined from the prior year CIP, and then it's added to the next year's CIP budget. So it's not, even though it's derived from an estimate from construction projects, it's actually additional CIP funds. The proposed is more clear on pulling percentages from eligible projects, pooling that money in a public art fund. So theoretically, it could be used either with the building that generated the funds or could be a separate project. So it's really up to the Art Commission recommending that back to the City Commission. I will share that my personal experience is that public art is happier when it knows where it's going to live. And what I mean by that is if you do public art in a random place, you have to have a really good reason to put it there. And so, for instance, if the MSO campus were to generate public art funds, it makes sense to put it out at that campus. But it also depends on how public that building is. So like the police headquarters is a great example. That money was derived from the police headquarter project, but it made a lot of sense to try to make it mutually beneficial, since a police facility tends not to be as public as other facilities, if that makes sense. So it leaves that door open.
Yeah. Well, I guess I would be, I thought that's how I read this, but I would say the ordinance as drafted is not particularly clear on that point. And, you know, to the extent we're bringing this back, I think we, to the extent that the committee's looking at it, Cultural Arts Commission is looking at it, I could see some clarification on that, because it's not as clear as, I read it 2 or 3 times and I still had to ask the question.
I appreciate that input. This was drafted, you know, during that process, and this is the first time it's had any public viewing, so it's good to hear that feedback, and that's why I say it makes sense to run this through the Cultural Arts Commission, have some community engagement on it so people really do understand it. We make sure it's well polished before we take it up.
Yeah. I went 8 years without spending any money on art. We weren't building, we weren't spending, we weren't constructing very many large projects, so the money wasn't in there, and I'm kind of ashamed we didn't have any art for 8 years or 10 years there, so, but the point is it's tied to what we're doing, and it makes sense to leave some flexibility for the commission, because there may be people who may not want to spend the money on art this year and maybe do it the next year. I guess that's the only reason I can see why that word would be may, or be flexible. What do you think? Is that too flexible?
No. Well, I mean, I think I'd be interested in that and having some flexibility on that. I mean, I know, you know, the MSO campus is an example. And to the extent you're spreading it around, I mean, the MSO campus will have some public ability for people to go there, but it's, unlike other locations, people can't drive by. I mean, you don't really drive by it to see something. So, I mean, I guess I would like, you know, some flexibility to understand, you know, how it was being used, and, you know, so I understand the point of changing may to shallow and resolution to an ordinance, but I also think there has to be some flexibility in there. And I'm just not sure.
You mean as far as the location of the artwork?
Well, both in general and how, in general, in both of those questions.
Cool.
What are you thinking from a procedural, from a process standpoint, that the final decision would be left with the CAC, or with all things, that would be their recommendation, and then that would come to us?
I think it'd have to come to us.
So maybe that, could that tamp a little bit of your angst about the shell in May, knowing that all roads lead to us? So that we could use,
Maybe,
pontificate on it.
maybe. Yeah, I guess
I mean, I
like a
definitely
little
hear
bit
what you're
for-
saying. as you said, we had this conversation almost 4 years ago, and it's had different cycles of it. So I think where some of the sticking points were was, do we have, I think, and that was for me, I remember that it was I wanted it to be more concrete that we are committed to doing this for any qualified projects, that we would say 2% would be a set aside. And then that set aside would then give us the opportunity to be creative as far as if we have $80,000 to spend, are we spending $80,000 on one, or could we do multiple different installations to that extent? Or are we, by saying that, are we limiting artistic creativity? Because, if we had that for the MSO campus, it could be one piece or it could be multiple pieces. So is it the language in the ordinance, would that impede on the interpretation of what the requirements would be for that? So I hear what you're saying, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd like that flexibility to be able to put it into a pool and use it instead of putting it into a location. Like, for example, the police station, that art was associated with that project, if I remember correctly. I wasn't part of it, but I remember it was very focused. So
We're doing discussion, and we probably should do.
yeah, whether or not they needed it or not to be there, again, that's another question. Whether that was the most, I mean, that's what everyone talks about from me who didn't understand the process. But again, I would like to have the flexibility to put it where people are, and MSO is a great example of maybe a quasi-available public building, but not necessarily a public space where people hang out or go to unless they need to. That's all.
Right, unless there's meeting space or something
Yes.
like that. And then maybe the art
Perfect
fits there. I think you're hitting on what every public art administrator struggles with, is where's the best place to do this and what's the best benefit. I mean, some cities have done magnificent, massive projects that stand on a hillside so that that's that city. I think of the brick tower that we have as sort of our odd structure that everybody goes, why is that there? Being more intentional with that type of thing, but to your point as well of, like the airport did a variety of large and small public art projects. So you see like Mona Cliff's work in one of the terminals, but then you also see larger projects like the big fountain when you enter. So these are all things that have to be debated and are, changed with every single project. So it's good to have flexibility, I agree.
Other questions? We'll open it up for public comment here.
I support the way that you guys are talking about it. Sounds good. I like the idea of what Commissioner Devon and Commissioner Sells are saying about flexibility.
Okay.
So to be clear, you guys are interested in putting it in code, ordinance instead of resolution. Is that with some flexible language in there, all roads lead back to us, that kind of thing? Okay.
Yeah.
Ideally. Pending recommendations from CAC.
Or public comment.
Let's open this up to public comment, and then we can bring it back with some direction. Any member of the public like to speak on this item?
Thank you again, Mayor and Commissioners. And as some of you have pointed out, this has been discussed in the past by multiple commissions. In my view, the issue isn't with the man shall or even ordinance or not, although I support ordinance. It is with not giving the board, the arts board, the specific instruction that they can do multiple projects for the large amount of money. What they've interpreted to mean is, we have this large pool of money, we have to do one thing. And they've never been told, even though they've asked specifically by this board or by this resolution, that they could do 10 things instead of one thing. And that's the flexibility I hear you guys talking about. It's also the flexibility that many commissions have talked about in the past and not fixed or addressed, so that board has been able to move forward with that. So I really would love to see you guys be the ones that fix that. And so I appreciate the conversation that you're having and that you identified that, because they're not going to do something that you don't tell them that they're allowed to do. You have to be the ones that give the specific instruction. So thank you.
Okay, any other comments in the room? How about online?
None online.
Oh, we have one. Hello.
I didn't plan to comment on this tonight, but just an idea that I would like to see when we travel. There's some towns like Loveland, Colorado, they have their like iconic hearts all around town that every single heart looks different. And us as a family, we make kind of a game out of like, oh, well, what hearts have we not, gotten a photo with all the times that we've been here and stuff like that. So if we're gonna like do an ordinance, I would also love to see like an encouragement that, I don't know, maybe it's more Jayhawks around town or something like that. I feel like personally, a lot of the art that I see around town, I'm like, I don't know what that means. Like, I don't know what the point of it is. It looks cool. So maybe if there was just an idea to have more art that's staple to the community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe John Brown.
How about online?
None, Mayor.
Okay, bring it back to us.
Porter, I have a question. Ideally, because we mentioned in this, like we did with the conversation around sponsorship, there is a note in here for a public art coordinator. So the idea is that bringing this, once we get a recommendation, we bring this online. Would there be an appetite? There would need to be an appetite for an FTE for a public art coordinator, or?
That would be something to
Assuming you
look
don't wanna
into. Much depends on how much money is generated. But yeah, ultimately, I think having a dedicated person for that purpose, whether that needs to be a hire or recalibration of current staff, I don't know for sure.
Okay.
So your recommendation for the next step is to have Cultural Arts Commission, or I guess it's combined now, isn't it? Look at this.
Yeah, I think that would be the logical next step, is to do that and work with them to develop whatever plan for community engagement to get feedback and that type of thing, so people really understand, because it's tied to capital improvement projects, it has to be brick and mortar. So there are some restrictions based on just that kind of thing. So just making sure people are clear on what the limitations are of this and the benefits.
And I would also, related to that, I'd like to see, what this would have looked like, for the last couple CIPs or whatever. Just to see what we're talking about. I will, again, this is a minor detail. I mean, it says, for example, utilities with no above ground. But, does that mean if it's a pump station somewhere that there's a little bit above the ground, does that qualify? Or do we literally mean nothing above ground? I mean, I think there could be some clarifications. I think if we try to apply the definitions to some of the projects, it might help us clarify what we really mean by some of those lines.
I agree. I think having very clear, parameters is exactly what those things mean, and to evaluate those projects, even with the engineers, to make sure we understand and are applying this appropriately for the eligibility. I know that another mechanism in all this is to, if there was an ordinance, to develop a sheet that allows the engineer to go through and calculate numbers and that type of thing. So there's tools that can be applied beyond just the ordinance that actually keep everything on track and make sure it's consistent as well. But I'm also hearing that we need to take a look at the ordinance and make sure that's really clear.
Okay, any other comments?
No, sir.
So just so I'm clear, you could either do a motion or just at least three of you confirm you want to direct the Cultural Arts Commission to review the draft ordinance and public art plan and make a recommendation to the city commission. We're all,
Yeah,
have
I
a
think-
majority that wants to do that.
At least, yeah.
Yes. Majority.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
To the point of the commenter, I think we talked about this again with the percent art. No, we talked about it with branding. And I know that we've had it before. I know what's my word here? In collaboration with the university, we did have at one point the Jayhawks on Parade. I have the book at home, and I know, Kansas City has embraced the Hearts, and I know we did all of this wonderful work to have this really awesome branding that was redone. And I know I always have a stickler that our newsletter is called The Flame. and people don't realize that it's the Phoenix and the relationship of the Phoenix and the flame. But I think there's some opportunities there for us to maybe use that as a way, as a branding piece to connect. Because so many people don't understand that, they don't understand the connection of us to what the Phoenix means, the flame, the history, and how do we do a better job of telling that story and tying it into the arts and culture. So I think I don't want to say we haven't missed the mark. We just, again, I want folks, we don't need people to do more with less, but I think this is a wonderful opportunity for us to really start thinking about that, and maybe that could be the spark that helps with a sponsorship, that helps with the fundraising and so on and so forth. So, but yeah, looking forward to this coming back in front of us.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, that brings us to item number 6, which is to industrial revenue bonds related to the New Hampshire Lofts project. Come on up. You're becoming regular here.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Before you tonight is a reading of the first reading to authorize the issuance of IRB bonds, industrial revenue bonds, for up to $14 million for the New Hampshire Lofts project that was located at 1000 New Hampshire Street. The Commission previously approved resolutions of intent in September 2023 and March of 2024, expressing the city's willingness to issue IRB bonds for this project. Construction of the project has been completed. Tonight's auction authorizes the formal issuance of these bonds. These bonds are conduit financing issued in the city's name solely to allow the project access to a sales tax exemption on eligible construction materials as authorized under Kansas statute. The city bears no financial responsibility for repayment and assumes no liability related to this project. The estimated foregone city sales tax associated with this exemption is approximately $100,000, but that estimate may vary considerably depending on where construction materials are sourced. With that, I am happy to answer for any questions.
Okay, questions for Susie?
Yep, I'll ask the question that was in the thing. So going back and looking at the press around this, so in 9/5/2023 and 11/13/2023, looks like this project's already received a 15-year, 95% NRA and $550K from ARPA funds. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. When the item came before the commission, the project would have been looked at with all tools identified. And then, of course, third-party analysis would have found the gap and then that it met the criteria. So all those items were considered as part of that package.
Do we know what's going to be used in the mixed-use space in the bottom of the building right now?
Yeah, so right now it is zoned commercial, which houses like leasing agents and amenities for residents. It is, of course, zoned commercial, so there is the opportunity for retail in the future, but that has not been identified.
I'm good.
Okay. Other questions? Okay. We'll see if there's any public comment. Any member of the public like to speak on this item? How about online?
No, Mayor.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission. Comments or votes? Any comments? If not, how about motion? Oh, go ahead.
I'm just going to clarify that everything is done. There's no stopping it, right? Like, I just want to clarify that so people understand. We've been dealing with this for going on 3 years, 2.5 years,
Yeah.
right? Not us, but previous commissions.
Yep.
Okay.
It's the end of the process. Okay. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt on first reading ordinance number 10203, authorizing the issuance of industrial revenue bonds for the New Hampshire Lofts LLC project located at 1000 New Hampshire Street, and authorize the city manager to execute the necessary bond documents.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sellos, a second by Commissioner Devo. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
Passes 3-2. Thank you very much. That brings us to item number 7, which is to receive a request for CID on 6th and George Williams Way.
Yes, thank you. Okay, the next item before you tonight is consideration of accepting an economic development incentive application for Catalyst Property Group related to site development cost at the northeast quadrant of 6th Street and George Williams Way. The applicant is proposing a 2-lot commercial development with Aldi anticipated as the anchor tenant. According to the application, the approximately 5-acre site does include significant grade change, rocky soils, and currently lacks sanitary sewer and utility extension, which the applicant has indicated has substantially increased upfront site preparation costs. The action before you tonight is not approval of a community improvement district, but rather is acceptance of the application in accordance with city policy, which authorizes staff to conduct due diligence and obtain third-party financial analysis of the site and the project. If accepted tonight, the applicant would enter into a funding agreement with the city to cover all costs of independent financial and legal review. The commission would then receive that analysis at a future meeting before making any determination regarding a CID. There is no direct financial impact associated with tonight's action. With that, I am happy to stand for any questions.
Questions for Susie?
So,
Go ahead.
Yep. So in the application, it says they're looking for a sanitary sewer and utility extension. Are those normally paid for by the developer?
Yeah, so typically, yes, those sites are paid for by a developer. However, these tools exist in the circumstance that there is site costs that may increase that development, which therefore might create the gap in the project, which is exactly what that due diligence would look at.
And these are sales tax dollars only.
This is
revenue generated on this property would be covered by the sales tax, and only people using those services would be paying that sales tax, correct?
Yes, again, if in the future, if you guys decide to approve a CID, it would be on a sales tax for the end user, for those individuals that choose to go to that location, yes.
Is this the only request for help or assistance that this developer's contemplating, in your opinion, at this point in time?
This is the only, yes, this is the only request that I have received at this time.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Susie. We'll open it up for public comment. Any member of the public like to speak on this item? Seeing none, how about online?
No, Mayor.
Okay, bring it back to the commission for any comments? Motions?
To the possibility of having Aldi's close to my house.
It's very, that is, that is,
No.
yeah, it's very exciting.
Oh, yeah.
Be broke.
I'm definitely going to vote in favor of this. First of all, it's just the application. But as it comes back to us again, unless something comes in front of us, I will likely vote in favor of it for 2 reasons. One, it's not reducing our revenues in any way. And anything that's reducing our revenues in any way, I definitely, it gives me pause. It also gives our local residents, it gives everybody a choice, but a lot of frustration people have with additional sales tax anywhere is, that people don't have a choice. In this improvement district, if somebody doesn't want to go into Aldi, they don't have to. And also as a reminder for our public, sales tax is really our strongest opportunity to bring outside dollars in to provide a relief to our residents here. And that is why sales tax are so vital. So I'm just letting everybody know that I'm trying to be very consistent and it's not reducing our revenue, and I would definitely take additional sales tax or have it be sales tax to help somebody get something in there. So that's it. Just letting you know.
Sounds good. Any other comments? If not, motions?
Yeah, I mean, like, so I pulled it. And one of the reasons why I'm against it at this point, I mean, I want Aldi to be successful. But when you look at this area that's going to be in the wake of either the top 15 or 20th largest Costco in the United States, based on like half Googling and trying to figure it out yourself. Like, this is an economic boom, and this is the halo that we've been talking about. And so for me, I look at this, and it's the number 1 or 2 like largest economic development opportunity on I-70 between here and Kansas City, probably until the Chiefs Stadium come online. And I know it's only going to be a CID that affects people in that business, but I don't want to open the door for other businesses to think there are abatements available here in this area because any business here is going to kill it. And I trust that Aldi will also crush it. It will be, fantastic. I absolutely wish them well from a business perspective, but I'm voting no on this just because of this area.
Well, I guess I will just say that at this point, I'm not going to say whether I'll vote for it or vote against it, because we're receiving it and we're going to get information to find out whether or not I will vote for it or against it later. But until we have that information, I won't be able to say otherwise. But I look for...
Is there an debate? I didn't think there was an abatement on.
There's no abatement.
There's not a proposal.
Just a CID.
Just a CID.
Just a CID,
Okay,
yeah.
right. I just want to make sure I wasn't, I mean, I got some new glasses, but I just wanted to make sure I didn't.
But it's,
Go ahead.
I'm comfortable with this, and I agree. I'm going to consider this until we get more information.
Yeah, yes, sorry to interrupt, but I agree. I believe I might be in favor of it.
No prejudgment, no prejudgment.
Right, exactly, I mean, but.
Okay.
Well, I'm in favor of moving to accept the economic development incentive application from Catalyst Property Group for the site development costs associated with the northeast quadrant of 6th Street and George Williams Way, including the potential establishment of a community improvement district known as a CID, and to direct staff to conduct due diligence and analysis in accordance with city policy.
I'll second that motion.
A motion by Commissioner Sellers, a second by Commissioner Dever. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Passes 4-1. Thank you very much.
Eloquently read.
That brings us to commission items and future agenda items. I do have one commission item, which is to say that today we launched the application for the city manager, and it is out and will be put out through different various outlets, I guess is the word. And I believe the April 5th is the deadline, application deadline. I think that's the date. So we'll be accepting applications basically for the next month, and then our work will begin to sort through those.
Awesome.
So that was my commission item. Other commission items?
I just have one, just real quick, and it's allergie. So welcome Algeria to
Yes.
Lawrence.
Yep.
That's true.
What does that mean?
The county jumped the gun on us and did a.
Yeah, what happened to our resolution?
Next week.
Man,
Next week?
man, it's like, okay, but yes.
We'll go celebrate next week with Algeria.
Yeah, sorry.
I do have.
We had it all teed up, and FIFA timing took over.
Yes.
Okay, that sounds good. Any other commission items
I am
or
representing.
future agenda items? Go ahead.
I've spent the last probably 3 weeks knee-deep in, I was told I needed to do the work as far as learning about our partners, a place for everyone, learn what the continuum of care is. I certainly know what a continuum of care is, but I have been deep diving into it. I worked last night at the shelter while intake was going on. So when I look into something, I like to know as closely as I can what is actually going on. Tonight is it's too late for us to go through it, but Coalition for Collaborative Governance was kind enough to get me a timeline of everything that's occurred. in regards for the past 5 years, no, I think we've even got back to 2010. A lot has happened. I think reminding the public of that would be beneficial. So I will plan on bringing back, things that I have seen, things that people have talked to me about, and just kind of go from there. We'll kind of figure it out. Probably a couple of weeks, maybe. Much longer. I am not going to be here next meeting. Again, I will be one of the judges for the BGC statewide competition it's at the state level for Youth of the Year. I am incredibly excited about that. And then I have a question for staff. Can I get an update on the airport? On what has gone on recently?
Okay.
Absolutely, we can schedule that.
Well, okay. All right. We'll schedule that. Thank you.
Okay. Assume there's other people who want to hear that?
Yeah, because we got an email and they kind of listed out what transitions we're in, and it'd be nice to hear more about each of those, why each of those occurred and how. I mean, the lease renewal, the release re-renewal, and the failure to submit lease renewals to some. I think that's something we'd probably like to know about.
Yes, absolutely.
I think that'd be awesome.
Are we saying, well, I get that. It's staff, I know that there's some things that are still going on with that, so is it the idea that we just want to update? So we're just wanting something on the agenda to provide an update on what's been happening with that?
All of it, maybe,
Okay.
like the history too of some of the litigation and issues, not litigation, but the legal problems we had associated with FAA as well. I think it's probably good to talk about those in the future too.
So yeah, just an update, okay.
Okay.
Happy to.
Support that, yep.
Very good.
Any other commission items? Anything on the future agenda? And I would note that for March 17th, I think we're going to have a meeting, but no regular agenda items, spring break, and 2 of us will be gone. So short meeting that night, chaired by Vice Mayor Courtney.
Yes, exactly. I did joke beforehand. I was like, rec center fees, here we come. Yeah.
Yeah. I got a 6 a.m. flight the next day. Please, another day.
Plus, it's
Another day, yeah.
it is St. Patrick's Day too, so a short meeting.
Just so you know, it's my favorite holiday, so yeah, we could.
Short meeting would be good. Okay, city managers report.
The only item on here is something you will see quarterly is the treasurer's report, and that's a new thing that we'll regularly add to the agenda.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm in love. Thank you. It is beautiful. It is a work of art. I am very grateful.
Excellent.
Always done it, it's just we haven't attached it to the agenda.
That's
just
right.
to be clear.
Yeah.
Well, and we're going to continue to work as much as we can to get some other things, like tie it to actual banks statements but that neither here nor there. You guys have always done the treasurer's report, but this looks very nice, and finance and budget departments have been great about trying to help us get some additional reporting. So I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Sounds good. That is a public hearing item. If any member of the public would like to speak on the quarterly treasurer's report? Seeing none in the room. How about online?
No, Mayor.
No. That brings us to calendars. Before we get to open public comment, any update on the calendar? This does remind me, probably should have said this in commission items, but Judge Kopecki did have his last day as a municipal court judge on Monday, and they did a little celebration and presentation to him, but obviously want to thank him for the work he had done. He was made lots of progress and lots of changes to our municipal court over the years, and appreciate what he did and appreciate his work. And so we'll be searching for a new one, but I want to thank Judge Kopecky. Should have mentioned that before. But I see that on the agenda, the calendar, which brought it up. Okay, if nothing on the calendar, that brings us to open public comment. The public is allowed to speak on issues or items not scheduled for